Good morning, people of Biafra. Good morning, Biafra Liberation Army, Biafra Military. And good morning to lovers of freedom. Good morning to the haters of freedom. And good morning to all the cabinet member of United States of Biafra. Good morning to you all. Good morning to Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Good morning to you this morning from my location. Good morning to Mazi Nnamdi Okukano, the President of United States of Biafra. Good morning to the Prime Minister, Mas Simon Ekpanjoko, from my location. Good morning, sir, to you all. Yes, my people, I greet you this morning and I thank you this morning as you come in. Once you come in, please endeavor to share and like the program so people may know that we are live and we are what direct this morning. So, as he may do so, may Elohim continue to bless you. Sharing or liking the program does not remove anything from your data. And it is not going to minus money from your account number when you share, you like the program. They are not moving money at all from your account. So that is why it is very imperative that when you come in, the next thing is to like the program, also share the program. If you never subscribe on our YouTube page, we ask subscribe on the Real Biafra TV. It is very important that you know all these things that are very important to us. We are here once again this morning and I say happy Sunday to you all. Happy Sunday to all the Biafran people. Happy Sunday to everybody that believes on that are a Christian. That's why I say good morning to you all. And also this morning we have to do one or two things the way we normally do to present to our people to understand where we are. One thing that is difficult right now, people never understand where we are and the things that need us to do right now. So I take my time to understand difference between agitation and difference between when a new country is being declared. Many of us still believe and still see themselves as those are in the time of agitation. This is one of our number one problem. We still see ourselves as if we are in the time of agitation, in the time of carrying placards. That is what people think. They never realize that we are in the era of that Biafra has been declared as a new country, and we must work or act like people who have a new country to protect. To protect the image of a new country to become automatically or get international recognition is not a child's play. It's not a child's play for you to act, work, on the level of a new country, international recognition, you have more things to do now than the things we have done in the past. Then rather, many of us still went back and still acting or doing things that we are doing when we are just agitating, when we are just carrying placards here and there. That is what many of us are still see. They never come to realize or understand that a new country has been merged. That what we do in social media and things we pay attention to need to be changed to other way around. If you take yourself, what we are saying, if you look at it, it's similar the same thing we said yesterday, we repeat it today. That is what we are doing in social media. We are not moving forward. The same thing we did in the past, that is the same thing that we are continuously doing, not changing anything. But now that a new country has been declared, there is things that must change in a manner of how we present ourselves in social media and how we are doing things. These are levels that call for attention, for things to be changed. So when you change this level of reasoning, dropping the methods or the reason or the seeing ourselves as if we are still in under IPOB 1 Nigeria. Also when we are not autopilots and when we are in a bridging government. So this is the areas that call for your attention, because when you continue acting the ways, check the same thing you said yesterday, you come back, you repeat it, then you are one place. We are not making any move. But when every day comes, you come with new something, that means you are moving, that means of moving forward. For us to move forward, now that we're a new country, the things we are doing, the way we represent ourselves, the way we handle issues is also very important to adhere into that. So please, as you come in, please like and share the program, please. If you are first time coming, you will see on the right hands, or on the right, on your right hand, or top of your screen on the right hand, you will see one pointing my hand. You will see 3 dots. You will see 3 dots. On that dot, just touch that 3 dot once, it will open. You will see like and share. Then once you see, you can also go and subscribe, and also put your notification on, so you know when we are live, so you can be able to get notification. So I want us to not to act like Nigeria, who are constantly repeating one thing they did in the past up to today. That is what they are still doing. Nothing has changed. The same method of Nigeria is what we are seeing today. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed at all. Everything remains the same way it is. That is why we said we are not building another Nigeria inside Biafra. We are not. We are building another, a very decent country. That is what we are doing. I must thank you, Chief Ozo Ede. You are the first person who entered this platform and maintain our code. Thank you so much for remember to do that, and thanks so much. That means you always follow this platform. Thank you so much. I can see it here. Thank you very much for what you do. So, my people of Biafra, before we go into What can protest do to us? You know how we do it. We must present to the world how Nigeria becomes a first state. What is happening on about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and what is Nigeria represented. Nigeria represents a death sentence to every indigenous people. The amalgamation represents endangering the life of human being. The amalgamation represents inhuman treatment. The amalgamation represents by force you must be here. The amalgamation represents injustice. That is what the amalgamation represents. Now that the amalgamation represents all this, then Nigeria on its own, because of after all this has happened, then Nigeria represents death sentence to every indigenous person. That is what it represents. Because everything that's happening to us right now, you ask yourself, before 1967, who are we? And where we are we? What kind of life are we living before then? And what is the life that we are living in today as a people? That is why when you pay attention on what I said this morning, that Nigeria government represents death sentence. Then the British of Frederick Lugard represents corruption, intimidation, inhuman treatment. This is what, so the father who is a corruption, inhuman treatment, by force you must be here, injustice. Then the injustice now brought what? The death sentence. Because if there is no injustice, there will be no death sentence. But because of there is injustice in Nigeria to every indigenous person, that is why you are everywhere is all about what? Death sentence in Nigeria. That is what Nigeria represents. So you who still believe in Nigeria, maybe until when you meet your Waterloo on the road, until when the death sentence happened to you, then you will start understanding what I am saying this morning, or what we have been doing, and why we, the Biafran people, seek for outright moving out from Nigeria. That thing called Nigeria is a death sentence. And for us to say no means that we want our life to ourselves, that we want our life to continue living. We want a free life, where Nigeria is where the amalgamation brings non-free free life to every indigenous person and give non-indigenous their free rights and free will and set them free. This is what Nigeria represented. So we are going to be listening to some videos and be doing analysis of that, like what you know that this is how we normally handle it here. So I want you to pay attention and remember, like we said these days, once we do our first intro, play our first short videos, we will open our line for calls. As the call are coming, once the call ends, we go back. Or we decide to hold the call, then we'll not end up the call. Listen to this.
So they don't have the over 100,000 naira.
Okay, I'm a bit poor. I see I pass young. I see I
Okay, 3.1 million naira as on now. Man, you will 100,000 naira account. Onye? Jim Obodo.
I'm a ego on a line. I went all of that. And I was in for
So, chairman of local government now, the money shows up for Mommy and what? Mommy Agazaga and India. And also, wicked guess. Because when I think to Ruti, also, model for government. What time okay, now this. Okay. Also, about 4.5 before. So after 4.5, okay, let's go to 3.1. Now, 9 at that. Because, sir, you need to do something about this. Because, only 100,000 naira, 200,000 naira.
Everywhere in Nigeria is what we call, that is why we told that Nigeria is a death sentence. Everything about, you can see old women crying because of the price of how somebody who is selling onion will pay 41 million, or if he doesn't pay, that he should leave the market. And the business this person is doing does not worth even 500,000. And the government of Soludo are busy rendering people poor, putting by force law that intimidates every citizen in the land. Instead of Soludo to build market and give people free, the one that Eugene Nwobodo build his own time is the one he wants to start connecting 41 million in anybody who inside the market. Where has it happened? When we are telling you about the injustice, the inhuman treatment that amalgamation brought to us, you may not understand until it happens to a very close person to you. Then you will understand that amalgamation was the worst thing that could ever happen, and it has already happened in the past. Because of we sit down to articulate all these things, that is why the Biafran people say the only way out is having a new nation called United States of Biafra that was declared on November 29, 2024. This is only solution. This is only way out. That is why when our mothers will stop crying. Now, when they refuse to pay this money, you went into their shops, you demolish everything, including the small goods that they are managing. You did what? You demolish every set of it. So, bringing people to live the life of the Almajiri is to be begging. It's a well-orchestrated plan to make people to be under this kind of pressure, under this kind of inhuman treatment. So when we are telling you about Nigeria, that is no-go area, that name alone is evil name. That name alone destroys you. That name brings bad luck. That's in called Nigeria. It's bring bad luck. When we are telling you to focus on things that matter so much, we are asking you to pay attention on the timeline or the handwriting on the wall, that your distraction, that the distraction that you have in your life is that in called Nigeria. That the only way you can be free from it is when you denounce being a Nigeria, you become a free person like the Biafran people who are under the declaration of United States of Biafra that's happened on November 29, 2024. That is when Biafra was declared. Biafra was re-declared on November 29, 2024, not December 2nd. The circumstances around us prevent us to hold on to December 2nd And it happened at the time the date changed to what? To November 29, 2024. And it's well documented. So when you see what is going on there, then you will know that we are not just playing. Despite that, a lot is going on. In the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, people are hell-bent following somebody that's who you love, who you claim that is your prime minister, told that I don't know who this woman is working for. You bent on following, thanking her, mean that you hate your prime minister, Simon Ekpa Njoku. Let us sometimes we need to draw attention on things that is happening. Listen to this.
I'm bringing the issue, what has been happening.
You forgot about this.
And yesterday, the camelback was broken. What I will not, and I think, and destroy. Participate in building a structure, and then you want to be a tool to be used to destroy it. We're not going to.
Like we go 247.
So you see now, we'll show you the exit door.
Like Ugo 247.
Contribution and what you have done.
Who has built and want to destroy it.
Participation that lead to what we are having today, the result we're having today will remain the same. So once the devil possesses you and you are going to be acting as a tool to destroy what you have done in the past, we will show you the exit door. If you repent, you will come. And if you don't,
are you hearing it?
You remain there. Everybody is a Biafran, but not everybody will be part of the liberation of Biafra to the end.
Exactly.
I have constantly warned about this. So, fellow cabinet members, ministers, yesterday I was very, very tired with the fundraising because as a human being that I am, running from one place to another, with all the bombardment and the heat coming from here, all corners of the world, that the Nigerian government are pushing against the struggle. When the fundraising ended, I don't know what woke me up. I went to my Twitter page and I listened to Adado Rama ranting and shouting about the activities or the character of people in the government, the cabinet. And I have warned her several times to not attack anybody, both directly and indirectly. So it seems that she knows exactly what she's doing. Before, a few weeks ago, I logged into Adado Rama platform and I was listening in a conversation between Adado Rama and Carolina. And Carolina said a lot of rubbish. I listened for over 5 minutes. They didn't know that I was there. I exited that platform. I came to the meeting and I told Adado Rama to stay away from Carolina. Because in that conversation, Carolina was the one talking. Adado Rama was eating and was nodding her head. Yes, that is how it is. I don't want to go into details to start telling what she was telling Adado Rama they were gossiping. Now, when I came here, I warned Adado Rama to stay away from Carolina so she don't put her in trouble. I did not stay to listen to what she had to respond to her, how the gossip will go. They were gossiping and gossiping. I came here and I told that Adado Rama I warned her. And then after that, she sent a message to me. I didn't open that message because she has been sending messages which I am not responding to. But yesterday, she sent a message to me which I would like to play for everybody to hear. I don't know whether people are going to hear me when I play this message. hear what I'm playing?
Yes, we can hear it, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear.
Yes. Sing one part, better, please.
I know me yesterday after fundraising. Somebody sent voice to me. But okay.
She said that somebody sent voice to her.
She can choose a Rama. I will on a program. Mazi.
I am playing this video to bring something into your mind.
And a married woman, like others.
I will explain why I am bringing this old video back to you. And why you have to share the program for those may have forgotten.
I want to go to Biafra land with healthy. I'm going to Biafra, but I will say I'm going to PP. Say somebody here no why you know them. But right from mother, you puna go mother can be kuni.
Please like and share as you come. Please like the program. Like hit your like button, please.
What you and Omada did to me, I can't check there because the man made me look. I know how you treated me in Omada, and I know how you are treating me now in this Biafran government. I know people are telling you, forging things, telling you, Carolina do this, Carolina do that. But you know one thing? I am so happy because I know my hand is clean. God knows who I am. I forget all these things. Last time, God gave me a message to you. And he said that I should also tell Ngozi. And Ngozi is not my friend. I do what God said. And I'm happy that God chose me to give a message to you. But you neglected it. The last message in Chukwuka Abiyama, Nyelom, and Nyegi. Ijewoli Ajabunya, when we team up, be against me, and you call me a gossiper. Now you people are enjoying treating me bad, maltreating me, disgracing me. But one thing I know, that message comes from Chukwuka Abiyama. I cry to God. The type of trance Naba is too much for me. God, why can't you make my pastor and my BM to be discussing this thing, but I cannot bear it again. Sometimes I'll be in class 3 days and take home fundraising, don't know what is happening to me. They call me a gossiper. Because I give you a word that God gave to you. I am on my own in my kitchen. Ngozi Bulubia. Yani maybe yana ndera matim na call. Ani umeshi. Ose ni actually adadi rama na ogodaman mayor interview. He said people tell ogodaman. Ose that man na that guy na space. I jam on and tell Muzanga and say okay na fi abomo ogodaman na fi abo. Good man. The only thing I know about that. The time I'm motivated against that, I know when we can forge something to defend ourselves, we didn't wear over. I know. God tell me. I don't ask anything. If I have problem, I go straight to God. Like what happened yesterday. The attack we have, I know what caused it. God, don't lie. Go to Mama, I call my pastor immediately. I don't give chance to my enemies. But they will call me gossiper. A whole me, a total of God, a gossiper. I tell him was a rebel that I will not forgive you. Because that word comes from God, and you go and tell other people in here. And I told me again, give me Umaka, go on, ignored me. I didn't say I'm the one. I said you ignored me. You go and form prayer warrior. A.M. Chukwu know that I love you with all my heart. And Chukwu know the love I have for you.
You love somebody, but in the beginning you would answer now you will not forgive you go the time of former. I am beginning this video to refresh your mind. For those now already well done, we go 247 them. That is why I'm bringing those who, not everybody will be there to the final push. And when those that are no longer there for the final push will start talking against the government as if something is happening, like what you are seeing inside you go 247 today. This one of my Simon Eber. Not everybody will be inside what? The final push. What are you seeing today? That is exactly what is happening today on Ugo 247. Now that the spirit has left him, left Ugo 247, what happened? Ugo 247 have joined those who are fighting against the movement or the structure that he was built. He was among those that built the structure. Because of one thing or the other thing. Anything that happened, if anybody withdraws or resigns from this government, something led to something. But that's one that leads to what makes them resign. They are not going to tell you. They want to come and present themselves as gold. Are you presenting yourself as good as a righteous man? Why in the first place you don't have that position that makes you to resign? Like this kind of people. They never knew that some things was recorded and kept for them until the time comes for it to be out. So, if you are a Biafran, you are social media, you are not social media, pray for that spirit of Biafra to leave you. And you will never do anything that is against the spirit of Biafra. Because once you do, the spirit will move away from you. Then you will start messing up. From the day we go 247, choose to collect money from Ogenkere, accepted that money willingly. It's from the day his problem started. Because who give him money, put the name under something that I am giving this money for you to deviate it, for you to start talking nonsense and acting like a boy of 5 years. That is what we are seeing on Ugo 247 today. That is it. So, as a Biafran, pray, God in heaven, let the Biafra spirit never leave me, or let me not even do anything to offend the spirit of Biafra when you are genuine. If you mistakenly compromise like you go 247, the consequences is what you see him, the shenanigan you go 247 is on social media today. They act like if there is something, like Radio Arama, acting like when he left the government, and they always, Adaba told you, they tell him that this person, that he don't know who Radio Arama is working for. And you claim, oh yes, you claim you are love my Simon, but you love Biafra. Where Abba told you that to open up plea and told you, I don't know who this woman is working for and why is what he's doing. And I told you that time she is working for the Igbo Congress till this date that we are here. That is who Adando Shola is working for. So, how else again did you want, or how else again is what we are looking for. After the Prime Minister himself told that this woman, that I don't know those she's working for, and she always tries to prove that something is weird where there is nothing happening. I want to know that go 247. The word of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has fulfilled on his head. That is today. That is why he's making as if there is something happening inside the government, or there is where the governments are not really fighting for Biafra. That is what you see Go 247 doing today. The words of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fulfill on the head of Go 247. That not everybody will stay to the final push. And once they left, they will start acting like if the governments are not doing the right thing. That's why I'm playing this video for Go 247. For him to know that the words of Mazi Simon Ekpa has fulfilled on his head.
Take you as my son.
This is not important to me.
I can die because of you. But you want to kill me. The same day the pastor you want God, and this thing can he be? And then study the life where we can on my Tanzania. I'm told you go and get my channel now that they enjoy. At least told you good your west of morning on a life. And I need or I need something I need. At least to see one of my individual from my channel I need a pussy. It's simple to speech Biafra and so because in a nature because from here as young is only enjoy. Then I have Jimmy ABC or Jimmy Gore and the Jimmy ABC. So now Adams. Sorry for even here when you own that in order. Sustain is nobody killed. You know, like one day in the killed. Then after keep what's a day in the killed. The media teams, now I remember when it's going to the end also, then the source of more colonial. After they come in, I'll be media, and I'll be media, and I'll have on the media. I won't go to that there, I goes on. Name key host, but all the media with a key host. Why is it not on key host? When you found on there,
get a key host. Key bottle. Noise maker.
Before. Why isn't the bad you represent? On the format on like calculating. Oh, we won't want to come. Okay, here I'm now. On the moon, I don't know, for lazy. Mother, after a walk or mother after the book down here. If I'm a phone lazy, that's only that. Okay, you know, this is on Joe Kiltis and about those people. On this thing, it was in a air, it was every fundraiser. Last night, I never know. No, there's no better. It's not on my program down because of it. Yeah, because I'm on case I can't take off. So I'm told the agent because of here, which was all the sacrifice, which is a basic, where they were today. Only now this is trouble. Actually, because of this is small thing. I tell them the academy in the academy.
Okay.
You will make up like Nelly, up on a go using. And here, not here. You take a little check, and Lydia.
Hands had your rubber to be even to go 247. Ne rubber to be. Nia nyo Chiamaka Jera po je Arichai Mashaka Pota Inia Deputy Information Minister. Why you want to go 247 on it? Oh, how do you go 247 no be since all this while came from me express this time around. The articulated anger on go 247 na Chiamaka Jere Hapro JB do jesakwa idubata ọbata obi ewere position ni kama inye ya one non ye deviate. So all the accumulated anger do go 247 n'obi ka ifru ọ na-ebupụta today. Ihe ọ na-eme abụrụ na ọma ka ọ ga-esi ga-eme ya mgbe ọbata obi ya na ya. Now ka ọ fụzụ opportunity ọ ga-eme ya. Then similar thing dị ya na bịakwa repeat again by Dr. Agegwu ya na agbara Dr. Ngozi Orabaeze ka enye gị the office of deputy information na jụrụ ajụrụ ama nye gị. Owe iwe ha dị trigazie ugo uti nke dị adị kemgbe ọ na-eme accumulated, but being na the woman gbara okwu a nka na ya ọ chere. Now when the woman moves out, what happened? You see Ugo 247 walk away because of accumulated anger. Do Ugo 247 Nobi. That is why he is doing the nonsense he is doing at his age on social media. O chefuzie na onye isi nkwasha adị eje ọgụ okwute. The accumulated anger on Ugo 247 ka m chọrọ ka ị mara na onye nwa Ugo 247 na-eme today by n'ọbata obie enwe ha position Ugo 247 ji from government in exile to after declaration to after declaration. Now that position I'm gonna zoom. Yes, me and Ugo talk one-on-one on phone. I told him I wish my can see and I wish a place I can see. Na echekwa ma oge nwa kara ịbụ ihe mana na enyere oge na ihe o minuru bụ na now we a government na achọziri ndị kamara ede and ndị okwu na-ekwu okwukwu. So for that reason ye ewutekwa na gosi na ọ dị ewuti ya amaghị m na ihe ha ka na-ewuti ya ruo since ahụ wee ruo kịta ozi nke ọbịa diveti ya na ka m mara na iwu ya bụ na Chiamaka Ajere pụchara nke mbụ ewere position shabata ewere position nye ya nwa nọ n'ime ụlọ bi Chiamaka Ajere abata. Now na-ejekwala mee declaration batakwa Chiamaka Ajere apụkwa again na instead of his position nye ya nwa ewezi enyekwa onye ọzọ. Ugo 247 na boil anger, accumulated anger n'obi ya. When you have accumulated anger, it's going to make you to push you to mess yourself up and say unthinkable or do unthinkable things that no human being will believe that you will do. Now, instead of Ugo 247 about obi and the man were about the platform here, Ochekwa Ngozi Orabaeze. In the era of Obata Obi, as man to man to, he did not give a position. The position of the Biafra government needed those who can speak well more than I and you Ugo 247. And what happened? The woman who bring the problem, like Dr. Agi na-eme here for this woman na-eme Utaladi Oramma. And I Madam Ifi. The same thing this woman, the same thing ya nwaanyị ya na-eme here. Dr. Agi mere. Because the ihe that woman mere na Utaladi Oramma or ihe na Utaladi Oramma triggers inye that woman suspension. So ndị banyere na-akpị mmadụ ihe nsi ọ bụ ụkwụ ọ mmadụ inye nwanne ya nsi ọ na-agbakọta azụ itinye ya nsi na nri ọ na-eri ọ ihe Dr. Agi mere. Then Ugo 247 nwa zombi nwa mkpi agụchara ahụ na-esi ahụ ọ na-esi refuse to understand his level and class he belongs. He wants to show up on social media. Why you say you told us that you don't want position? Rather, when they are telling you they don't want position, they really need position. Many things that make Oramma to leave. One is position. What is the I don't know, we will go to Fulani. Position make her to leave. Also. But why are they today? They are all fed away because they are not genuine. Listen. Now, have you ever heard from the plate of every Obata Obi? Ngozi Orabaeze doing Obata Obi was someone had to come and render apology. Oramma render apology on accountable time. And the Obieze is following that person that you claim you love my Simon, but that person that Simon but told you, your parents told you that I don't know who this one is working for. She is creating chaos, problem everywhere she go, even to the level of RCC. I want to use this medium to shift this message to go 247, and we move. So my people, everything is happening. In the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, there is a reason.
Nigerians, this interview now born. Sowore.
I want us to listen to the Sowore interview.
A lot of things for inside this video.
So I tried to reach Soludo, for instance. I know Soludo when he was a trip to London. So I tried in the cause of justice since I was little, and there's nothing to gain if you're looking for political gains. You don't go and fight for people like Nnamdi Kanu, because there are parts of the country who don't want to hear that.
Yes.
There are parts of the country who love him. There are parts who hate him passionately because he threatens their real estate.
Yes.
Not.
Let me greet our people in the comment section. I greet you, Shiboza Ede, good morning. I greet you, Isiwe, good morning. Esther Okuosa, good morning. Kevin, good morning, my brother. You're welcome. I greet Asati Nigeria Wine, good morning. And I greet Emmanuel. Thanks so much for coming in. I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you so much. And happy Sunday to you all.
Nigeria's unity, which is part. There's also a political hatred for him because
Agara, you're welcome. Happy Sunday, my brother.
Political establishment see him as a threat. They don't want to say it publicly, but they said it to me privately because I'm not saying this is what they said. I reached out to the deputy speaker. I've spoken to him. I've spoken to Abari Bay. I've spoken to the speaker.
Those that he has spoken to about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they told him that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a threat to them. That releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a threat to Abaribe, a threat to Soludo, a threat to all the governors that are there. That's why I told you that those that are keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in tension is all the Southeast clergymen, all the Southeast governors, all the Southeast politicians, all the big men that in Southeast. They say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has voice, has follower. But people, every average Igbo man or Biafra or Southeast, the way they call it, are paying attention and worshiping him as a god. So because of that they are not going to release him. So what? Mentioning names of those he has meted for let Nnamdi Kanu be released, and what those people told him. What those people said to him, that Nnamdi Kanu is a threat to them. That is how they told you also. I told you here that Nnamdi Kanu is a threat to the territorial integrity of one Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu is a threat to stop the death sentence called Nigeria. Britain and the amalgamation bring injustice, bring human rights abuse, bring intimidation, bring by force you must stay. Now, the by force, these four things give a birth to judgment of the every indigenous people, a judgment of death. That is why Nigeria is what? A country of death sentence. So the amalgamation will bring death sentence to every indigenous people, because those are dying in the Nigeria are those are which people? The indigenous people are the ones dying every day. That is why Nigeria is what? Death sentence. So for you to be pulled out from this death sentence, you must denounce Nigeria. You must. That is the way the Biafran people under United States of Biafra that was declared on November 29, 2024 under this government, someone like me, Real Biafra TV, has denounced Nigeria. That is why I'm a free man. I have denounced the death sentence. That's why I'm alive today. So, I want you to know. Let us play the video.
I wanted him to convene a plenary to make a declaration that this man should be released.
I hope his voice is coming out, my people.
Spoken to.
I hope we can hear him.
House of Assembly in Abia after they declared I want to do a protest. You can't believe it. The moment we finish the conversation, they called me and said they're going to London and they don't know when they'll be back. So we're supposed to choose a date together, but somehow, coincidentally, the trip to London was maybe they were planning before then. I don't know. So I've tried to reach Soludo, for instance. I know Soludo.
Listen to this.
When he was
the progress that Soro is making to contact all the Southeast politicians, all are not avoid. His efforts to make them to understand why Mazi Kanu is released. On their own side, they have their agenda why he's not going to be released. I told you that the Soludo used Mazi Kanu's first tenure to do campaign for him to win election. It's all about politics, is what he used him for. They know that to release any leader who was arrested is going to be under political movement or political pressure on it. Then the so-called Southeast governors, the so-called House Senate, even Abaribe, parading himself as a saint, that up to now, that Sowore told us that he called him and he shies away from the matter. Then I told him I'm going to London. That is what is important to him, not Mazi Kanu. But when you see him talking, you thought a human being is talking. That is why when they told you that they are talking for Mazi Kanu to be released, know that they are fueling for him to not to be released. Is the opposite, is what you will look at it. When they told them, we have seen him, he's going to release very soon. Pure lie. They have went in there to discuss how they will keep him more and more.
I know Alex Otti.
Alex Otti
used to be, he used to work at First Bank, and he was in charge of Western Union, and they had a relationship in Sarah with Western Union. And when he moved to become the GMD of the bank, I think we met once in the US. And then after he was no longer in banking and he switched to politics, he was a columnist for Sahara Reporters, Alex Otti. Yes. So I know all these guys, at one time or the other.
So you've not told me what your intention is.
My intention
about this Nnamdi Kanu.
My intention is to bring justice to the matter. And
his intention is what? To bring justice. The justice that we have been having before the amalgamation of 1914. We have been having our justice, equity, fairness, right of human being before the amalgamation that come to bring injustice and stop the justice and lead to death sentence called One Nigeria.
To what I clearly know is
justice.
Justice in this case is for someone who's perpetually persecuted, for all of us to say enough is enough. And I also believe that this will bring about national healing. Because you can see that part of the reason why there was a pardon that has to be reviewed later is because of Nnamdi Kanu. Because everybody's saying, you can pardon drug dealers, you can pardon murderers, you can.
That is the country where people are talking about.
Who are openly corrupt. But the person who you don't have any real evidence against.
You can pardon criminal. You can pardon Boko Haram that by military, by indigenous people, open a womb of a pregnant woman and bring the child out and slaughter the child and the mother. You can pardon them. When you think when you think deep, you may understand why I am sounding different from every other human being, that the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not in the court of Nigeria. This protest will not going to release him, I won't tell you. But why I support the protest that under international law to release him is or is a political movement, because politics is protest is what you use for political pressure, for the international community to know that something is happening here. That is why it's very important. That's why I was supporting that. But I know that the protest will release him, because the level where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is now is no longer that level where they will just release him because of what he's fighting, and the now that what his fight has been declared. When he comes out, he will take his time to study. Oh, is it people have reached? Thank you so much. Right, let's move ahead. Then he will bring ideas, make his own contact, and everything will be free. You think it's gonna be easy? They are not going to. If you think of the law Nigeria broke to kidnap him and bring him to today, and even though when Kenya has come out and said we committed a crime, did Nigeria release him? These are the things that need to be, we need to be articulating very fast. We need to be do what? Articulating all these things very fast on our brain. So Chowere on his own, I love and I support him to time indefinite of what he's doing, that he is doing the right thing. This is what's called for. What is political pressure? Political pressure is protest. What Sowore is doing, what is called this is political pressure. It's number one criteria for a new country and a leader who was arrested before a declaration of a new country. That so-called Nigeria, that so-called death sentence called Nigeria, is a country where nothing moves them, and because of the way Nigeria was created, no other country in the world their country was created in that form. So in Igbo hadith, and I say, Nankem diche bajafo. My own is different. Sometimes it's a bad thing. My own is very different. That is Nigeria own. Nigeria own is in every country in the world. Nigeria own is different the way they become a country, through amalgamation, not by voting, not by de facto, not by document, not by any means. So the way Nigeria is being called name amalgamated is the way everything happened in there. The only time you will start reasoning is, do you know that when you start reasoning the way we are before the amalgamation, the way we are before that thing called Nigeria, before the way we are before a white man come into our land, when you go deep down to research and understand it, then you may understand where you belong and what's supposed to. Do you know that the way we are before the white man come, see, the white man broke law. They committed a crime first, coming to our country without passports. They come into our own country without passport. But you can't go into their country without passport. That is the first law that Britain broke. That is the first law that those who colonized us in the 19th century, they broke law that need to brought back in the present new time. Because if there is no past, there is no present, there is no future. The future lies on the past. And now see the past of Nigeria and see the future. That is why nothing is working in there. And when they told you kick a fight against the truth. When the truth is being said to you, what happened? You kick a fight against it. Tell me that search in the world, which country was amalgamated? Which country that was, their people was forcefully amalgamated. Their people did not, their consent did not involve when that they want to become a country. Because of the profit of a white man. Because of his own selfish, because of his own greedy. and today you still supporting it by answering one Nigeria. Which country is one country in the world? Tell me. Which country is their country is one country? Tell me that country. I want to know. I said to be corrected. I want us to understand one thing. That in all this that is happening is to prove to you that that thing is not a country. That death sentence is not a country. That thing, death sentence is not a country. When you look at, yes, what's happening everywhere as a country, we find out. Common Nepal here. Look at what they did. Because of the force, remove force of military, remove force of anything security apparatus in Nigeria. Nobody want to be a Nigeria. Nigeria is under coat of army. That is only where you are one Nigeria. Then what sustain one Nigeria right now is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu holding him. Is one Nigeria. Holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, stopping me from being a Biafran. Join together in what they did in Second World War. After it, a white man told all the Africa, do not allow a Igbo man to have a nation on his own. Do not allow that thing they called Biafra to come. Do not allow them without their freedom. We need to destroy the way they are living, because they are going to create more countries in Africa. That is how the world came against us. Go and cite the history. I have read the document to you here. I have proved it to you right here on this platform. That the world study who the Igbos, who we are in the before, inside Second World War and First World War. They are Britain is busy studying who we are and how we can be able to. Africa could have been better than Europe today if Biafra is a country, and if we are remain the way we are from that time before the amalgamation, before coming as one Nigeria, we could have been more civilized more than the way we are before. We will be civilized that passes America. They told you that the Igbo people are democracy. They are republicans in nature. That is our history of who we are. We are living it. Every indigenous people was living a decent life. The only people that was not living a decent life is the same Fulanese in that time. They are the ones that are not living a decent life. But you, a Yoruba man, was living a decent life. You, an Hausa man, was living a decent life. You, as an Igbo man, a Biafra man, was living a decent life. You are Republicans in nature. You are the democrats that the world are looking for. They learn how to present that word democracy from you. So, when you see things that are happening, you start asking questions. You start remembering who you are. Now that Nigeria has already been divided, they want to bring history back to school. Remember that in Nigeria school there is no history. They want to bring it back because they know. So they want you to know what led to the last division of Nigeria that the Biafran people are leading right now. The only way you stop it is that the only way you will stop it of killing Nigeria, there's no way, because killing is the occupation of the Fulanese. Taking your ancestors home by killing you is their occupation. The cow of 13 is what they use to do surveillance, to enter in your land, to plan themselves and wait for time to attack you. When they study your geographical area, they will now start attacking. This is what it is. Nigeria is a death sentence that chased away the indigenous people in their ancestral land. Then how could we stop this to happen? Okay, let me tell you those who are calling for good governor, good president. The president, is he going to bomb all this Boko Haram? How could you secure Nigeria border that is to porously open? The only way you can stop what is happening in Nigeria is by giving Yoruba Oduduwa nation. They will protect their border. Because a Yoruba man is not clean a Yoruba man. It's a Fulani man that is buying a Yoruba man. When you give them to protect their territory, as they are protecting their territory, nobody will come in to kill them or chase them away. In Ocho State, are they not running today? They are running. All over Edo State has been surrendered by Fulanis, waiting for their actual time to attack the people over there. Or is it not that in the last some days or some months ago, a part of Edo State has been attacked by Fulanis? True of us. Some areas, people are no longer farming. When you have your own people protecting your own border, nobody will enter to come and kill you. That is the only remedy to what is happening in Nigeria, is to divide it according to the tribal line. Stay on your own and protect your border. Okay, because of that, you are not in charge of your territory. Can you exactly map out the area that these people are used to enter? But when Oduduwa people, when Yoruba people have their own country, they know how to capture all their territory. You see Ibrahim Traoré capturing all the territories of Burkina Faso. You can see that. Use an example. That is why you see him capturing all the Fulanis, all the bandits that the foreign countries in the world are sponsoring. Europe are the ones sponsoring these individuals that are coming in. So the only way to stop it is what Mazi Kanu is fighting for. A free new nation that can protect. When Biafran people, starting from old Lower Benua, protect that border, you will not come. Because when you pass from old Benua, you entered Enugu State, you entered Akwa Ibom and all what's not. But when you have it on your own, you put your security, you protect the border. Those invaders will not come to attack people from Benue anymore. Now, if you said, okay, let us manage one Nigeria, how are you going to remove? Because the Fulanis, their number is outlining the engine of the Hausas and the real indigenous people right now. So how are you going to wipe them? Because the only way is to wipe them away. Putin told you, send a tourist in my job. My work is to capture him, send him to God. That is Putin for you. So it's only when you wipe them away and you close that border. And how could you close the border? Whether the border is from where they comes in and where the so-called Northerners are getting what they used to survive in their life. By kidnapping and killing and taking ancestral homes of people. So, go back on Sowore issue. I want to know why we are opting Nigeria. Nigeria is a death sentence to if you are an indigenous person. Until you understand it perfectly. Or I said what? Until you understand that Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria becomes a country where an outsider will come, chase away the indigenous people. The killing happens every day. Who are those killing? The Fulanis, the bandits, the Boko Haram that are having parties, pardoning in Nigeria. Why no indigenous person has been pardoned? And a country, we have two laws. This is Sharia law, this side. This is a secular law for these people. And there is a free law. There is a free pardon for these people. And the other side, there is no free. And you call it a country. No country has been the way Nigeria is becoming a country today. What happened? Because those countries, none of them was amalgamated. The amalgamation bring all the things that we are seeing today. All the corruption is the amalgamation. Then the amalgamation give birth to death sentence called Nigeria. If there is no amalgamation, if there is no one Nigeria, we are better off when we are not one Nigeria. We could have been civilized ourselves more than now. Nigeria is a cage also. So amalgamation is a cage they used to cage everybody in Nigeria by giving them that name called Nigeria. Nigeria. Of a company that a white man used to make profit till today. So Sowore has stand up to fight for the injustice. Now he's fighting for the justice of every indigenous person. That is why you must join the protest to create that awareness, so the global community will see know what is going on.
You can't even grant him an opportunity to return home or bail. So now they're saying that, oh, the pardon was a mistake. It was because suddenly everybody is talking seriously about what is happening to the Southeast. And I hate ethnic profiling. I hate persecution of people based on their ethnic backgrounds. And I have openly spoken about it, that I feel like Nigeria never ended the civil war against.
It's never ended, and it's not going to end until we have our free nation.
Consistently, and you know very much how Americans take the Black American history.
Yes.
And in some part of some states in America, they pay attention to their curriculum to study Black American history. And there's the Civil War. And there are those who say that healing comes from, but a lot of people believe that the blacks or the colored person in America is an endangered species.
Yes.
But in South Africa, we saw what happened. In Rwanda, we saw what happened. How reconciliation and healing could happen. I'm not sure we've had a national conversation about the Nigerian Civil War between 1966 and
67 to 1970.
Yeah, 70.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you think there's anything that could be done? It doesn't look like we have walked away from the.
That's
the
exactly.
ghost is still haunting Nigeria.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You know, I would say, like, as president, I would go to the Southeast and apologize for the Civil War, no matter whose ox is scored, and then I will start.
So what I said here, that if he has the opportunity to be a president of Nigeria, he's going to go back to Southeast to apologize for the Biafran people about what happened in 1967 to 1970. That matter has not been settled. That the war has never ended. And the war is not going to end, even whether the apology, because what has happened there is a limit that apology cannot save the situation. That is where we are. That is where Mazi Kanu told you that we have crossed the Rubicon. The Rubicon means also that no apology, no settlement will end this matter. That the only thing that is going to settle the matter is give us the Biafra, allow us to be a free nation we want. That is only where all these things is going to stop. That is the situation. So no amount of sorry, no amount of apology, because after the war, from that day to today, are they not clean Igbos as a part of a specific species to buy every time? Do you know how many people that died in Biafra land this year? Do you know how many? That's the days that come, the more it's increasing. That is why opting out is only way for the Biafran people to run away from the death sentence called Nigeria. So you are doing everything, but issue of the apology can only be accepted when the Biafra becomes a free nation. That is only when we're going to accept any apology from anybody. If we win, because now if a melano carry apology.
I love national to say, look, people will say somebody abandoned his property. There's nothing like abandoned property. You forcefully take someone's property and never give them back. Somebody who is a billionaire or a millionaire, you fight them in the war, 4 million people died. You just woke up and said, no victor, no vanquish. But there was a victor.
There was a vanquish.
Because the vanquish got 20 pounds. Victor got billions, walked away with the property of the person who the claim is abandoned. And then subsequently, they keep finding in the relationship with them that there's hatred, there's animosity, and there is a desire to always oppress and suppress them in the civil service. Jonathan told me one thing, and that probably I'm not supposed to reveal, but I'll say it. He said when he made the Age Rita, the chief of army staff, they came to him and said, "This is unbelievable."
I need a man.
See, they trust him. It came to him, he said all of them started coming and saying,
Things what people say about Kaduna and Seugo
exactly.
and the 1976 coup and how they thought that.
So, and because, but we have not walked that path. I didn't fight during the Civil War, so I don't have any business sustaining the Civil War. I was born in 1971, but I knew I could smell the gunpowder all around us. And if I think this is part of how we can start that national building. Release Nnamdi Kanu, call for dialogue, get everybody to sit down, including those who fought. The one is still around, you know. Let all of them sit across the table and say, we want to confront one of our ugliest past, which is the Civil War.
I think,
and because we are confronting our past in the Niger Delta region. You are forgiving Pensarawewa, you know, likely, you know, driven by the need to go and start re-exploitation of oil from Ogoni line. But you could see that those are what you meet all the militants, you know, they used to be in hiding, now they are billionaires. Tompolo just donated 10 billion naira to Delta State. He's probably richer than Delta. So if, for instance, you are continuing fighting the insurgency in the Niger Delta.
Yeah, Tompolo, he mentioned. That is how I concur with the voice of Mark Simon Ekpa that Nigeria breed criminals. Who is Tompolo to give the people of Delta State 10 million? And what is his job? What is his occupation? That is the country that we're talking about. You bring some people, you treat them like egg. You bring some people, you hit them like nail, and be hitting them. Bringing out Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not the main issue. It's not the only issue. Bring him out is what we need. But for you people to know that Biafra has been declared is one thing that all of you must know. Tompolo may give 100 billion if he wants, because they're all people that are corrupt. And that is where you see Nigeria. That is where you see Nigeria. To corrupt, to prove the corruption of Nigeria. After everything, they have pardoned Tompolo. They put him on wanted list. Today, he's not like in the wanted list. He is the one giving 10 million. That is when you know that things are not the way it's supposed to be.
People have shut down the entire oil production in the country by now. So you are looking at insurgents, Boko Haram, bandits. You are meeting with them. You even grant them the opportunity to come to your meetings with their RPGs and their magazines. You know, they come.
A country that grants terrorists. These terrorists they are granting. If you are in Nigeria, wear a Nigeria uniform as a military, as a police, you are a fool. Because is that the same those who hide your brother, your sister in the military are the one that have grant pardon? It simply means your life is useless. When they buy you, they will still come back and grant them amnesty. Or they will still rehabilitate them, still put them in that position where they buy your own brother and they will also buy you too. So, in everything that we are doing, we are bringing you things that to prove that Nigeria is not a country for you. It's a death sentence. Now, those military that the Fulanis pass death sentence on their name or on their body, and they are no longer alive today. Now, if they pardon them and put them in that position, what happened? They are simply making mockery of you, proving to you that you are nobody. The Fulanis, in what they are representing in Nigeria, they are the owner that Britain handed over Nigeria, the death sentence called Nigeria over. That is why Nigeria is becoming death sentence. That is why they are buying the indigenous people every day. That is why. And when a group of people find out that, oh, this thing is a death sentence, so we can't continue being here. We must walk away. That person becomes your enemy. Chowore is telling you that look at Nigeria, dining and whining with Boko Haram and bandits. Those that are killing Nigerian military, killing the citizens of the so-called Nigeria, kidnapping, raping, are the ones that are pardoning in Nigeria. What of those that are citizens? What of these people that they are buying their own? What compensation? Nothing. That is why when I see you, that we are Nigerian army, I look at you, I laugh at you, I said, oh, you are proud to hand over your death sentence to the Fulanese. Nigeria valued the life of these bandits more than you who wear the uniform and you're a citizen. That is why there is no compensation. When they find out that the Boko Haram, the Fulanese are the one that wasted your life, they will do nothing. They will only bury you. It's okay. Are the things that made up of Nigeria that you are happy being a one Nigeria. We are letting the world know that you are talking about Gaza and Palestine. Go to Biafra land, there is a cold war every day. Then in all over Nigeria, there is a cold war. How do you stop it? Not by protecting the territorial integrity of a death sentence called Nigeria. It's by finding out what is the situation, what is the solution. We, the Biafran people, has given the solution. Divide us, let us go. And if you refuse, we have exist. The Biafran people have exist Nigeria again on November the 29th, 2024. We don't want to belong to this death sentence anymore. Sowore telling you about Nigeria and the corruption and what is happening in Nigeria is part of those things that you need to know, and why people are moving out from Nigeria. Do you know that every average so-called Nigeria is a wanderer? Every Biafra man is a wanderer. That's why I first use that in the call Nigeria. Every Biafra people is a wanderer because in all over the world you are there. The only way you have a home that is well secured is through our new nation. If you're an Igbo man, if you're a Biafra man, is believing in the United States of Biafra Declaration and give your support. That is the only way you are doing that. Now that we are preparing for our election, what are you doing? We'll come to that later.
To attend their children naming ceremonies. And then there's a guy whose only weapon, regardless of what they tell you, that you could provide in public, is a radio broadcast. That's all.
What do you get to the head of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu present to the court? They brought his clothes. They brought microphone. They brought radio. That is the offense of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. But for those who use gun to buy one another, it's not an offense. They pardon them. But somebody who used mic and said there is injustice, no equity, no fairness, no righteousness, is the one that are incarceration for over 5 years right now, and there is no pardon. And they are pardoning Fulanis because they say that the Fulanis are getting this because of they are not fighting to divide one Nigeria. They are not fighting to destroy the territorial integrity of one Nigeria. But rather, Nnamdi Kanu is fighting to divide and destroy the territorial integrity. That is not going to be released, and the Fulanis are being released. The bandits, the Boko Harams are being released every day. That is a country where you are proud staying. I am sorry for you.
Yeah, I think that, and I'm throwing this challenge to the Nigerian orientation national, such that students.
I hope you have listened to this.
Will be made to study it from primary to secondary.
So you will know why we are fighting to leave
what
Nigeria.
has happened in our past.
It's also our right to do that. Let's continue listening. Now the average Nigerians are talking.
It just shows you what Nigeria is all about. Part of the country are being
Finland, are you seeing how what's happening in Nigeria?
and
And how the average those in Nigeria are talking about the injustice meted on Simon Ekpa and all the entire Biafra.
legal.
Look at them. Those who are getting amnesty. Look at them having dining and wine with them. Look at the kind of ammunition they are putting in the space. Rocket launchers with their them. And you are having negotiation. You are pardoning them with this gun and bullets. And Simon Ekpa.
About a matter or that did some things that agitated for the marginalization of people. Yes, some of the methods that and I condemn and criticize them on it. But they have also been calls for peace. They have also been calls for a political settlement. Called in this country, and kudos to women in the judiciary, women judges, or justices. Justice Adepo had first ruled in 2022 that he should be discharged. The federal government went on appeal 4-1, Justice Garba. But a dissenting judge, Justice Ogunmiju, also ruled that the appeal court judgment should stay as regards to Nnamdi Kanu. But guess what? We have continued to put him in incarceration. Now his health is failing. They are still dilly-dallying about how to treat him. But in the same country, bandits are holding meetings with governors, doing photo ops and the like. In the same country, people say they don't have a right. You see bandits doing press conference with guns and bullets and everything. There is no security agent in the world that will come and arrest them. Is it that security agents cannot round them up as they are doing this peace meeting? Sheikh Gumi will now go ahead and be urging dialogue with bandits. The same Sheikh Gumi that was the captain in the Nigerian army, that I think his offspring serves in the army today. They will say, oh, bandits are also protesting because, or they are killing people because Nigeria is bad to all of them. But you have a certain standard for some people, you have a certain standard for other people. Right. I have never said here that I supported entirely the way Nnamdi Kanu went about it. But what we are saying is, why do you have standard for some over the others in this country?
Yes, we are playing this to the world to hear. Now it's no longer Simon Ekpa is talking. It's no longer Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But people have started understanding what he's fighting for. A country like this, you see the bandits, you see the Boko Haram, you see those are causing problems. You see them, you see Nigeria negotiating with them. At the point they're negotiating with them, they are with armless, they are with arms. They are with a lot of guns in their hands. That is their country. And you are saying that you are pardoning them. You say that you are calling them for peace talk. They come with AK-47. They come with all manner of rifles, manner of rifle there, and you are seeing them. The world are seeing. But it is those who stand up to say the truth are suffering. The justice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the only those that even credited Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bail on Nigeria, though they're all women. So I want to refer you now to Nigeria government, to Biafran government. That when women stand up, they stand for truth and justice. That is what you see Ngozi Oronebeze doing. A woman who stood up and discharged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a woman, not a man. All the courts that have ruled of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is woman. So now that we have a woman who is in the head of the Biafra movement, that is when I know that Biafra has already been fully declared and we are in Biafra already. When woman joins you, when woman leads you, everything becomes right. Men has fought. Rafa was Rike. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Simon Ekpa, 4 men. Now it's a time for women. That time that Mazi, when is it that when it comes to Ngozi Oronebeze, that word of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is no longer truth. That when a woman from America join, that Biafra has come. Because of your hatred, because of your envy, I am referring you to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that you heard that he gets some good judgment from Nigeria. It's 2 women that stand up and give the judgment, not men. So you will know that what a man cannot be able to do better, woman can do it better. And when a woman carries the affairs of a country, they respect it and also handle it in a way that the way they are treating their own child. That is why they call it motherland. Have you asked yourself, why do they call a nation motherland? Why are they not calling it a fatherland? Have you asked yourself, why are they calling a country motherland? Because mothers are the one breastfeeding their child, no matter how difficult, no matter how hard it is, they will stand for their children. All these are very important. They are political pressure. Somebody, they are shouting holy, holy for him, that he is another savior, is the one you are holding. And those are having AK-47, those are having weapon on their hand, are the one that you are negotiating with and granting pardon upon that they have gun in their hand. And as they are there, Nigeria, you cannot circle them. Look at Ibrahim Traore, the way he circled those who entered in his place and captured all of them that France sponsored into his country. I want to be seen and understanding what we are passing through. So in this junction, we go on issue of protest. We are present to the world what we are passing through and why we seek out that we don't want one Nigeria. That one Nigeria is a death sentence to every indigenous person. That is what Nigeria is, and we cannot take that any longer. That is why we, the Biafran people, opting out from Nigeria for us to be alive. If you leave Nigeria, it becomes alive. That is why when I see those in abroad messing up, I will say, why do you leave now if it's good for you? For me, I leave because of it's no good. Because I understand if I'm here, I'm going to die very soon, that they will pass death sentence to me by accident, by any means at all. That is it. The protests are more important. The protests are very good. Remember that our line is open in case if you want to call on this morning program. The number to call is +97-33-60-51-337. That is number to do to call if you want to call on this program, please. If you have anything to contribute on the aspect of things that I already said for over past 1 hour. So the number to call again is +9-7-3-3-60-51-337. If you want to call, you can call on this program. Before we go into the documents supporting the right or the importance or how election can help to release, and how protest can help to release a leader who was arrested, and also how you can help a new country for their international recognition. How protests can help a new country, and also to release their leaders, what is called political pressure. So if you want to call, you have to call this morning. The line is open. The line is open. We are telling the world that we have condemned the amalgamation who bring death sentence to us as the indigenous people. We are no longer there. We cannot accept it anymore. Yes, Nigerian government is so badly, but I am not a Nigerian. I am a Biafran. We have stood up to re-declare our country, United States of Biafra, that is Exit Nigeria, on November 29, 2024. That is when we exit Nigeria. Listen to this.
Like, okay, you can mess with that go. I am not blackmail. You do from that. Oh, why didn't you say it before now? There is always time for everything.
Our phone number is open in case if you want to call before you go to church or before you join what you are doing, you can call.
I pity anybody in the federal level that crosses your behind. Because you are nothing but a liar, a blackmailer. You are a cheat of the highest order.
That is what a family member is making a decision on Amadu. How he lied.
I really pity anybody that trusts you, because anybody who trusts the feeling that made them more. I tell you the service. He's the one that betrayed Akanokon. That is how Akanokon failed the election. No, because one say forget it on self. I don't runs big. I run behind the scene too. I don't runs.
Have you ever seen Amadu?
Go home and rest. Go and take care of your health. You are sick.
Talking about Mazan can release. Have you? These are the corrupt entities that full up of that contraction. That's in the call death sentence. Happened to be they said that's in they call Nigeria. For me, the name of that thing is what? Death sentence. That is what Britain brought to us. That is what Britain bring to us. Death sentence. And today we are rose up and say no to that. Please, as you come, please like and share the program as we continue. I think I see Easy Way, this one on my platform. Easy Way, good morning. If I did not mention your name. So, whether you like it or not, the Biafran people has exited Nigeria. With all the killings that is going on there. With all the killings, the world are still talking about territorial integrity. How can you protect territorial integrity of a people who buy their citizens? America, are you buying your citizens? How many times did America has mass burial? How many times did America has mass burial of the citizens? How many times did the UK has mass burial of the citizen? This is what we're passing through there. That is why we call it a death sentence called Nigeria. How many times did France put mass burial this year? America that are keeping quiet. How many times do you have mass burial? Those countries that made up of a UN charter UN, how many of you have mass burial? How many mass burial you are having in a month, in a year, in your country? In England, how many mass burial? Nigeria is where you have mass burial every month. 20, 30, 20, 30, 50. The mass burial is going on in all over Nigeria. Where is it happening in all the countries in the world? Tell me that country you have seen of recent between America, UK, and all of them. Tell me how many times you have seen mass burial there this year. And let me prove to you how many mass burials that has been going on in Nigeria, even as of 3 days ago. Mass burial every day. Nigeria is a death sentence. That is why someone like me denounce Nigeria. It's no longer my sister. It's not my country. A country that chase away the indigenous people. A country that pardon Boko Haram, who kills citizens. And they will say to them in peace. And as they are coming for that peace talk, they will come with arms. Parading, having party, even went to go and marry, and a government member, we went there to with them. Could they imagine such a thing? And people are foolishly, uselessly endorsing that thing as a country. The only country in the world that has paper amalgamation in the document by force, and we, the Biafran people, have refused it by forced marriage. It's no longer holding again. It's no longer there on our own means. You think that you can continue swallowing us up? No, we have rose up, and we're not stopping. We are not stopping. Only thing that we are into is to make sure that we stand in our land, defend our land, and become a full-blown country. Whether you or my conversation like it or not like it, you can write. You can take your time to write the nonsense. It takes me only 1-2 seconds to wipe it away from my platform, and they block you and the third generation. Remember, like I told you that our line is open for phone call in case if you want to call me, you know the number to call. The number to call is +97 33 60 51 337. Francis, pick up the phone call and call me. Tell me how I am brainwashing people. If you don't call me, you know that you are the one that you are a mug, you are a fool. Call me on this number, Francis, +9 7 33 60 51 337. Call me. That is only when you will prove somebody. If you did not call me, you are a fool. Look at it. Mass burial. See people crying.
Yesterday, they gathered at Sector 4.
Listen.
Dagom Ray of Fan was there. Dagom Ray of Rion of Rock was there. The Fulani Hardos was there. And the Mieti Allah was there. I wasn't invited. Somebody rushed to my house and said, please, there is something that is happening. I expected to see Dagom Ray of Hyper. He was not invited at the sector.
Yes.
The same thing up. I was surprised. What I said yesterday, not knowing that I will see it today. They invited us to the sector. When they told me I rushed, I joined them, they have gone far. They are almost in conclusion. But there is no how they can give me chance. They can block me not to talk, but they have to allow me to speak. And they brought this thing on social media. And I made a statement that inducted the soldiers. And they say I was lying.
Like Francis.
I say, if I'm lying, all of you join me. Let us go to Nyarwe Farm District. Go and prove me wrong with the people on the ground.
When you say the truth.
The number that I mentioned on social media was lie. It's only one person. I said, come right now and prove me wrong. Let me go and show you their grave. When somebody doesn't want to accept his mistake, then you expect crisis will increase, will never end. When the military, Solo was there, thank you. I joined you, you were there. He spoke powerfully. I responded. When it comes to Fulani issues, the security of this nation, they turn their face away. But when it comes to us, with their 2 eyes, with their whole ammunition, tanks, they will invade our village. That is a biased movement in the security. Look at me. I'm not going to keep quiet. I'm not different from these people that are here.
Under
I'm
massacre.
tired of warrior.
Look at them.
I'm tired of warrior. We are tired. This Yagwa is tired of warrior. All the clergies, we are tired. It's better for me to be in police custody. It's better for me to be in army barrack in the cell than to be outside performing warrior every day. My brother was there too. And they expect us to sacrifice.
Those lie on the ground is not cow. Now it's human being.
It's not an advice.
This one of 2 days
Every
ago.
one of you must be ready for self-defense.
Look at it. Mass burial every day.
You can't be
In Nigeria.
in the house without something to protect yourself.
Human being being slaughtered.
These people who have been alive.
Look at it.
Nigerian government came out openly and denied there is no massacre, there is no genocide of Christians in Nigeria. And look at it today.
Look at it there.
Is there any Muslim here? United Nations, I know you're watching me. American Senate, you are watching what I'm doing, I'm saying here. Look, special advisor on religious matters to Trump. I know we met in India. And what I have in heart, look at it here on ground. Special advisor to Trump. Now, please tell Trump to save our life in Nigeria. He has been building to settle peace between Israel and also Hamas. Now, his attention, I'm calling the attention to Nigeria. They are killing Christians in Nigeria, massacre Christians. If they say they kill Muslims, these Muslims are being killed. By who? By Muslims. After they have eliminated us in the far north, we have relocated to the middle.
Do you hear it? For that to go right nonsense here, I give you a number to call. We have evidence of what we are doing. We don't just brainwash people. We don't deceive people. We say the truth at all time. That's what you see I am doing right here. Remember that tomorrow is hashtag Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is where we are going right now. The impact of the protest and what protest can do now that we're a new country, what can the protest do for us? And why the protest is important. And the branches of the protest, in the area that surrender the protest, why is it important? Number one, that you must understand is your right to protest. It is the right of the people to do what? To protest. Government has no right to stop protest. IG police has no right. Nobody has right to stop protest. Nobody. Unless if the people refuse to protest. But when the people want to protest, there is law. That's why we are calling on UN to put their eyes on this protest. That's why we are calling America right now to put their eyes. That's why we are calling all well-meaning countries who respect human rights and who give us all these charter articles under international legal basis. You should give us a right. UN Charter at Universal Declaration of a Human Right, Article 20, paragraph 1 in brackets. The right of the people to do what? To protest. He said is their fundamental human rights on the protest. And he said is the fundamental human right of the people to protest when things are not going normal in their countries. That is Article 20, paragraph 1 in brackets. Then on International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 21 gives the people right to assemble and organize themselves to protest. I want you who are in Nigeria, in every part of the world where you are, want to support the protest, there is articles of law that support you to do that. You are not alone. Despite the corruption of the world, despite the world corruption, I want to know that you have your rights. And there's some countries who can come for you if anything happens to you. That's on this. That is same ICCPR, which is simply International Covenant of Civil and the Political Rights. That is ICCPR. Article 19, paragraph 2 in brackets. Article 19. Remember, I have put 3 laws, 3 alternative UN or the world's international world, their law that guides every protest on the right of a human being. It is your fundamental human right to protest. The only thing that is not your right is that when you are protest, do not destroy anything, but the protest can go on. Then the protest can do what? Can go on and on and on and on. On the principle of self-determination, people has rights to do things. Now listen. Freedom of peace assembly. This is Article 21 of UDHR. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It says this right in protecting under Article 20, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, and Article 21 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, which is building of nearly all states that the people have as a fundamental right on expression under political guideline. Under this, we have the right to support Sowore for the protest he called for the freedom of the 10th president of United States of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So I'm telling Biafran people, I am telling every well-meaning person who hates injustice, who stand on justice, equity, and fairness to go out there and protest. It is your fundamental human right of assembly to protest now that Nigeria is messing up. That is things that you have to know on your own. Then, like I told you, Article 19, freedom of expression. This freedom of expression by protest is protected under Article 19 of the UDHR and the ICCPR. This including the right to voice out. When you're on protest, you are voicing out of things that are coming, things that are happening. And that is how the world knows that something is going wrong. We can't cover it anymore. They said here, this including the right to the voice options, citizens automatically or authority, there is authority. Protest is the authority of the citizens of any country that feel like things are not going well. You have your protection that a lawyer can use to argue for if it happened to you. Article 19 of UDHR and the ICCPR. Article 20. All these are for these protests. They will do nothing because they always want to stop the truth from being said. But this time around, people have stood up and said no. That's why so the call on this protest and everybody adhere towards it. It's only the enemies, those that are love injustice, are refusing this. Like the way the Southeast governors refused to be massacred to be released because of they said that he will get more, he has more population more than them, that the Biafra and the Igbos, the Southeast worship him. Because of what? He represents the voice of the people and he is saying what the people want. That is why it's like that. So do not be panicked as we are going out for the protest. I only want you to know that you have rights on this aspect of protest to carry it on. Many backup laws you have that a lawyer will use to do what? To argue for you. So you don't have to panic at all. You don't have to. Be strong, be courageous. We will continue pushing until the final destination when the world we said, oh, Biafra is what? A free nation. It's no longer that way it is before. Everything is changing. The time has come for you to suit up and fight for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and also fighting for yourself because nobody knows tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. Like you see on my caption, my headline, we are going in there right now. Remember, our line is still open in case if you want to call. You are free to do what? To call. On number +9733 6051 337. In case if you want to call on this program. After declaration of independence for a new country, the government of the new country has right to call for protests in two purposes. One, for recognition. Two, for release their leaders that was arrested before their declaration. Is it their right to do that? We must know all these things. Listen as I play this to you. Pay attention so you may know something.
Yes, they absolutely have the right to do so. The new country, specifically the de facto government, the authority that declared independence, has a strong justification under international law and political necessity for calling for peaceful protests. The right to call for protests is based on three interlocking legal and political arguments. 1. Exercising the right to self-determination. The core of the new country's legitimacy is the principle of self-determination, which is recognized in the UN Charter. The government's right to act. The authority that declared independence claims to represent the will of the people in the territory. Calling for protests is a non-violent, political action taken by this de facto government to complete the act of state formation and assert its sovereignty. The protest's purpose The protest is not a domestic challenge to the government, but rather a diplomatic maneuver executed through the people. It is a tool used to pressure the former, arresting power to release the national leader and validate the new country's independence, which is an action consistent with the right of a people to determine their own political status. 2. Upholding fundamental human rights. The government is not just calling for an action, it is facilitating the exercise of basic human rights by its citizens. State obligation. Even an unrecognized authority is expected to respect and uphold international human rights norms. By calling for and protecting a peaceful assembly, the new country is honoring the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of expression, protected under instruments like the ICCPR. The power of protest. Since international law protects the people's right to protest, a new government is using a universally recognized lawful method to express its collective political will on a major issue, the unlawful detention of its leader. 3. Political necessity in demonstrating legitimacy. In the context of a new state, a call for mass protest serves a vital political function. Showing support, a mass protest demonstrates to the international community that the new government and its arrested leader have overwhelming popular support. This popular support is a key component of what is sometimes called the declaratory theory of statehood, that a state's existence is a fact, and a government ruling with the clear consent of its people is legitimate. Non-violent leverage. It is a way to generate significant international pressure and media attention without resorting to military or violent means, making the new entity appear responsible and worthy of recognition. In conclusion, while a fully established state rarely calls for mass protests, the new country has the right to do so as a legitimate exercise of its authority in defense of its sovereignty, its detained leader, and the fundamental human rights of its citizens. The call for peaceful protest strengthens its case for international legitimacy.
Listen again before we go into analysis.
Yes, they absolutely have the right to do so. The new country, specifically the de facto government, the authority that declared independence, has a strong justification under international law and political necessity for calling for peaceful protests. The right to call for protests is based on 3 interlocking legal and political arguments. 1. Exercising the right to self-determination. The core of the new country's legitimacy is the principle of self-determination, which is recognized in the UN Charter. The government's right to act. The authority that declared independence claims to represent the will of the people in the territory. Calling for protests is a non-violent, political action taken by this de facto government to complete the act of state formation and assert its sovereignty. The protest's purpose. The protest is not a domestic challenge to the government, but rather a diplomatic maneuver executed through the people. It is a tool used to pressure the former, arresting power to release the national leader and validate the new country's independence, which is an action consistent with the right of a people to determine their own political status. 2. Upholding fundamental human rights. The government is not just calling for an action, it is facilitating the exercise of basic human rights by its citizens. State obligation. Even an unrecognized authority is expected to respect and uphold international human rights norms. By calling for and protecting a peaceful assembly, the new country is honoring the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of expression, protected under instruments like the ICCPR. The power of protest. Since international law protects the people's right to protest, a new government is using a universally recognized lawful method to express its collective political will on a major issue, the unlawful detention of its leader. 3. Political necessity in demonstrating legitimacy. In the context of a new state, a call for mass protest serves a vital political function. Showing support, a mass protest demonstrates to the international community that the new government and its arrested leader have overwhelming popular support. This popular support is a key component of what is sometimes called the declaratory theory of statehood, that a state's existence is a fact, and a government ruling with the clear consent of its people is legitimate. Non-violent leverage. It is a way to generate significant international pressure and media attention without resorting to military or violent means, making the new entity appear responsible and worthy of recognition. In conclusion, while a fully established state rarely calls for mass protests, the new country has the right to do so as a legitimate exercise of its authority in defense of its sovereignty, its detained leader, and the fundamental human rights of its citizens. The call for peaceful protest strengthens its case for international legitimacy.
Yes. I want you to know, never is up on a swanya dear people, and the hand of our and the best not been quick. There are things we must you feel like they are not important. But those things may be the key factor that will lead you to where you are going. That is why they say that no brain is a waste. No brain is a waste. Where is the brain of a madman? It's not a waste. So we are on under where we are right now. We are using multiple dimensions. So everything we learn on our hand, we should have to carry it on. So far that it has backup for the new government under law. So far there is a backup for what we are asking and what we are doing. Our government. It's a right to the government. They will use that protest to kill 2 stones. The protest is a 1 stone, but they use this 1 stone to kill 2 birds. What is those 2 birds? Officially asking for the release of their leader or president. Officially asking for recognition. This is this is an eyesore. There's a difference between what I see, because our people will say, when I see in my eyes, I will believe. But when I hear in my ear, it's a lies. I hope you understand this proverb. So the Biafran people, the US government, by now have right to open protest. What for? For those who never read that Biafra has been declared, also to see it on the protest. That is multiple dimension. We will not depend only on our declaration paper. If we want to, how we can achieve international recognition or end up this impunity is by going there. That could not solve the problem. Now that is why also to show to the world that Biafra has been declared. That is why we are conducting votes. The same way we have to conduct vote, we have override for protest. We have our right for protest under the government. The protests under government are more legitimacy, more important than protests on individual groups. Its sound give very weight because of the way it's being represented. So we don't need to hold on one thing. We need to be doing everything that surrenders the movement that we are into. The government that was officially declared, like the University of Biafra, they said here, yes, they absolutely have the right to do so. To do what? To call for protest. That is where we are now. The new country, especially the de facto government, the authority that declares independence, the authority that declares its independence. Which authority? Of United States of Biafra, who made declaration of a new country by Zongozo Arabes and cabinet members. So, understand the importance of the protest first. The new country, especially the de facto government, that authority, the authority that declared independence, has a strong justification under international law and the political necessity for calling for peaceful protests. That is the laws I told you, Article 21, paragraph 1, Article 20, paragraph this, Article 19, paragraph. All these things are there. We must be doing the multiple dimension.
Yes, they absolutely have the right to do so. The new country, specifically the de facto government, the authority that declared independence, has a strong justification under international law and political necessity for calling for peaceful protests.
Do you hear it? You know, here we don't just make stories, we bring you fact and figure on this small platform. We show you what we do. We present what we do to you. We are not just doing something. We showcase, bring you evidence of what we are doing. The new country, United States of Biafra, is a new country, especially the de facto government. We are in a de facto government. That is the authority that declared United States of Biafra independence. Has a strong justification. We have a very strong justification under international law and the political necessity for call for peaceful protest. Why this peaceful protest is important? Why? The right to call for protest is based on their interlocking legal and the political arguments. Do you see that the protest is what? Argument. To prove that United States of Biafra, in the eyes of those who cannot read, who cannot come inside us, who cannot use our platform to know that Biafra is a new nation. That is why they call it political pressure. That is political art show. It's politics for a new government, for a new country. There is one thing that this protest does. This protest is like a one stone that you use to shoot two birds at the same time and kill that same two birds at a time. Imagine that kind of magic. So if the protest has such power of the magic, what's stopping us? Took one day in Europe, one weekend, Saturday or Sunday, take time and have protests of Biafra New Nation, and also to release our leader who was arrested and was kidnapped. You see, let me not even talk too much. Let us go in. Number one.
The right to call for protests is based on three interlocking legal and political arguments. 1. Exercising the right to self-determination.
Number
The
one,
of the new country-
in that protest, to exercise the right to self-determination. Protest. To exercise the right to self-determination after a new country has been declared. Let's continue.
Legitimacy is the principle of self-determination, which is recognized in the UN Charter.
Yes. The core of the new country, legitimacy, is the principle of self-defense, which is recognized in the UN Charter. Self-defense on the protest of a new nation. And they have the right, and the UN Charter back them up to do that. So when we are calling for abroad, because of the death sentence called Nigeria could not allow us to do it, it's also showcasing our matter without pen and paper, because everything must not be inside pen and paper. That thing that gives us the right to vote is what gives us more right to protest in all over the country where the Biafran people are. You see that the protests are important. This one I saw record is quite different of the one I'm talking about. The protest being called in the name of United States of Biafra is important. We need to kill two stones. One, not everybody know that's coming to social media. True. And the protest carries its own weight because it's an eyesore protest that people see, oh, look at their flag, oh, look at their name, and all these things. They count. It's important. The importance of that protest is to do what? Also that it is a right of a government, it's a right of the people. Also to prove that this country was being declared, there is people, there is indigenes. Not only what they hear on their ear, they see it on their eyes in the country where they are. Oh, look at the citizens, so they are right. Oh, it draws international pity also.
The government's right to act, the authority that declared independence, claims to represent the will of the people in the territory. Calling for protests is a non-violent, political action taken by this de facto government to complete the act of state formation and assert its sovereignty. The protest...
Do you hear it? The government's right to act, USBG government, their right to act. The authority that declares independence claim to represent the will of the people in a territory, calling for a protest is a non-violent political action taken by this de facto government to complete the art of state functioning and assess its sovereignty. To prove that we are a state, to prove we have our sovereignty under foreign countries in the Europe, in the Asia, in the Africas that can do that. It's the right of the government. They say the government's right to act. How their right to act. The authority that declares independence claim to represent the will of the people in the territory. Calling for protest is a non-violent political action taken by this de facto government to complete the art of a state function. This is how a state function, a new country functions. The right for the protest, the right to go on, the right to prove to the world there is people, there is a sovereign state. It is the right, and it's very important because the world believe in what they see. Why do they tell us that what is happening in Biafra is all this why nobody had it except Simon never comes in? There is no evidence. There is no eyesore. Protest is an eyesore. Protest is an eyesore. Protest is a clear evidence. Do you know sometimes that evidence on video speak volume more than evidence on paper with pen and paper. The evidence on paper and the evidence on video. Evidence on video has more value than evidence on paper. Evidence of talking has more value than evidence on paper sometimes. The protest can also grant Mazi Nnamdi Kanu freedom. The protest can grant Simon Ekpa freedom. That is the essence of the protest. Protest is a willing, powerful tool. Why Nigeria is getting against the protest? Because it is an eyesore. It is a video, a clear eye-seen witness. That is why it's important. It's 100% right. It's 100% when the world look at it. This country where I am, they believe in evidence. If you have a case, you have a video, or you don't win the case. You that provide the video win the case. The other person is claiming, but you are with legit. That is why the world told us that. You heard it from Dr. Masanga. That what is happening in Biafra, since all this while, is not, there is no with a video. That there is no evidence. Because we did not documented all those, even me, when I was in the home and doing protests. And I don't know that I have to video and save it for a purpose. I never knew that all those things count. It's not only by church or by mouth. Show working by bringing the evidence. That is protest for you. You don't know that the protest that they did after declaration in Finland is part of the whole thing that keep my Simon Ekpa. That is why Finland told them, now that you have made a declaration, go through legal. If there is no protest, the matter could have so different from what we are seeing today. Protest is a key factor. It's a strategic number one to let the world know what you are passing through. Because when you are marching, people are videoing. Even those that are not even from you, they will video it and they will post it. It becomes an eyesore evidence. Let's continue.
Protest's purpose. The protest is not a domestic challenge to the government, but rather a diplomatic maneuver executed through the people. It is a tool used to pressure the former, arresting power to release the national leader and validate the new country's independence, which is an action consistent with the right of a people to determine their own political status. 2.
Yes, we're still number 1. Let's finish it. Yes, there, Jay. Good morning from here. Welcome, my brother. Don Gosi, you are welcome. Holy, you are welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Obinna, you are welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, as you come, Ozi, oh, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Please, as you come, please like and share the program. Please do that. Endeavor to do that. The protest purpose. Coach Use 042 on Yezioku. Happy Sunday, my brother. Happy Sunday to you all. Coach Use, I hope you are okay. For a long time, I never heard from you. I use my eyes to search for protest, so to ask for, to look for Coach Use 042. I hope, my brother, hope you are fine and you are safe. I hope so. Protest purpose. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, happy Sunday. The protest is not a demonstrated challenge to the government, but rather a diplomatic maneuver that is anti-Igbos. There, in everything, have we managed in everything must have anti-Igbo. That is anti-Igbos. That one does not, it doesn't, for me, it doesn't count. How many are there? Diplomatic maneuver executed through the peoples is a tool used to pressure the former arresting power to release the nation leader and vindicate the new country's independence. Protest. Protest. This protest is heavy something. My sincerely apology to our government is to call for this protest all over the world. We have to. You had it here. This is under UN Charter 21 and 20, 19, 25. All this article was explaining why protest is important. Why protest is important. Please like and share the program. Touch the like. If you are first time coming, please, you will see a 3 dots in front of your phone on the right hand side of your phone. Look up there, you will see a 3 dots. Click on it. It will open. You will see like and share. Also, this is Real Biafra. You subscribe on the page if you never. And also, we are calling for your support. Also, we want to. One thing is remain on this platform, which is laptop. We want to get laptop. I also thank those that are contributing already. It still remains small. If more and enter more, then we'll get what we want. You can do that from Super Chats. You can do that by contacting me on my personal line. Then I can give you accounts. Once I buy it, I will not open the laptop without coming here and show you the laptop, so that we have got what you can contribute money for. Because I want please. Because of it is where I cannot afford me alone the money to get the laptop. Help your brother if you can, through Super Chat, through calling me on my own private number. So when we come, we will bring this, because some people were saying, oh, he is making a story, so they will know that we're not making it. This is what I'm reading. This is what I'm reading. Protest. The impact of the protest from the government. This one government we call is quite different from every other protest, because the one our government call protest one is the protest also is maneuvering of Coach Hughes, I don't know. Upon being in homeland, you always give us water to drink. Child, my brother, I will be so much happy to see you in the homeland, to know that this is Coach Hughes 042. That man who always stand tall. May Elohim protect you. Bless anything good that you put your hand to. Get your daily bread. May He also protect your family, your children. May He also keep you alive for us to see in Biafra, and we all will dance and joy and rejoice in Biafra. He said, from where you bring it out, may Chukwu Okabiyama replenish with 70 times 70 in a day, in a month, in a year for you. You will never run dry. You will, in fact, you're gonna add the you know, it's simple na tune gang, are simple near Otu Akando. My brother, choose. Go choose 042 on your Otu Akando Haga, Otu Akando Haga. Nandumo Biafra Nile, Indino under United States of Biafra government. Oglogo Narisike, Ina here when Moro Kaige went now to go Kabiama. He said, yes, we move, my people, we move. Still remember that our line are open if you want to call. These days we made it officially open. Once we come, spend 30 minutes. If you want to call, or there's something that you have in your mind to say, please endeavor to call. We will pick the call. After your call, we'll go back to the program. It is very important for you to understand that our line is open. Our number +97 33 60 51 337. That's the number to call. Anytime you want to call me, you are free. We are live and we're late, and we are here this morning talking about the importance of protests, discussing about the importance of protests and the purpose of protests. The protest, it is a tool to use to push the formal arrest power, Nigeria. It is a way to push Nigeria to do what? To release, they call it here, a nation leader, to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to release Simon Ekpa, because that is our two leaders who has been under captive of Nigeria and Finland. That is it. To do what? To release them. The new country, independence, also, Nigeria can also use, that is why I told you, releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not that way you're looking about it right now. Because a new country has been declared. Hey, until you pay deep attention, then you may understand why I'm standing this way. If Nigeria is releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu right now, they must recognize Biafra as a sovereign state. That is why they told that the protests are important. That the protest also is a maneuver to release the new nation leader, the new nation president, the new nation prime minister. This is what protests can trigger to. Now that protests can trigger to this thing, do you not think that it is right for us to do it in their name as a new country? Go to Finland embassy, do the protests, or they are Finland in the world. Go to Nigeria embassy, wherever they are, do the protests. That a new country has been declared, that we are seeing to these of our leaders, one from Finland, one from Nigeria. These are prime minister, these are presidents, or the two leaders of a new nation. It draws the attention of the world. It draws the attention of the people. I hope you are following. I'm not the one saying, but I am sending a message, a messenger out there. I am sending the message so you may see it. That is why it's good for you to share. When you share, other people may see it and do what? Like the program. They can also come in and listen to it. That's why I always said, whenever you are going to watch the program, like it, share it. It becomes a new program to the eyes of someone who is going to watch it later. As this protest is going on, the protest that is going on in Nigeria is not from the United States of Biafra. It's not a Biafra protest. It's a protest of justice. That is the freedom. Human rights. That is the protest that is about to kick off in Nigeria tomorrow. So, when you are going there, prepare yourself, because Nigeria is a country that you could not imagine who they are and what they can be able to do. My people. It is very, very imperative that you understand what we are here to do. Now that a country is being declared, it's no longer that way we handle protests. It's the way we're going to handle it right now. Our banner will be United States of Biafra protest. Hashtag free Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, a leader of a new nation. Hashtag Finland, free Simon Ekpa, a leader of a new nation. When our government call for protest, on our own protest. But this one that called happen in Nigeria, do not go there with any of your IPOB flag. No. If you are going there, go there with empty hand. That is why the protest is important. The same way the protest is important is the same way the election that are going to hold on in Biafra land are very important also. My people, everything must follow. Udre is from Imo State. And also, you can hear from our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, seeking for fund. What for? The lawyers need money, not code language. Onion Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is seeking for fund for the lawyers. And also, the method of what we can do is numerous. The government can, like when Abato Obie is here, he said, he told Ifeanyi Ejiofor that openly on broadcast that anytime Onyendu wants money, let them send how much it is and contact the government. That if you're looking for 1 million, that the government in exile will give them then 1.5. Our government has also right to check that link that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has to use to put that money there. To just make it open, put the money there, make it open. This is how also you present that you are in control of what is going on. You will not wait for you to be approached. Rather, you approach the problem by yourself. The government has to approach that problem after you had that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu openly in court. They're supposed to go more deep to find out what that money is for. And the one is about our president Mazen Nnamdi Kanu open his mouth and talk about fund and call people to do it. It doesn't matter who he called. What matters that you take over by giving what bigger than what every other person is giving there. You are the one in charge. Or do you want him to, from where he is, to come and say that he wants United States of Biafra government to send him money? No. It's not like that. That is when you have to decode his word. That is when the word, the code comes in. You decode what Mazen Nnamdi Kanu said, he said there, by what? By contacting, research and find out those, the number or the link of raising the money. Raise the money for him. As I said, those that are advising government must carry everything along. They must carry multiple dimensions in everything. I want to be told that even when he do something, that thing later becomes what? Favor. Even if it is in the first time it was wrong, it's going to become a favor to him. This is a pure, legit truth. So we have to do everything possible. The protest from the side of the government is what needed attention to be given to. Every protest in the name of Mazen Kanu is welcomed. That's how also the protest about the government that officially declared seeking recognition is what is needed, because all these are what political pressure, all these are political movement, all these are diplomatic movement, not only lobby and congressmen. This is how other countries get their own. That's why I told you we must pass that process that every other country in the world has passed and get their independence. Let us pass that process. Let us do what? Pass the same process that other countries has passed and get their independence. So, we continue. Remember the power of protest. The power of protest and the purpose of protest. The power, the purpose. The protest purpose. The protest is not a democratic challenge to the government, but rather a diplomatic maneuver through the people. It is a tool used to pursue the former arrest power, to pressure the former arrest power like Nigeria. It's a willing tool to put Nigeria under pressure. One, to release Mazen Kanu Simon, number one. Then number two, to validate the new country independence. Once they release Mazen Kanu, now that Biafra has been declared, they have done what? They have validated the new country independence, because he is now a leader of a new nation or a president of a new nation. That is who he is. So, when you look at that, you see the power, you see the weight of the protest, which is an action concerned the right of the people to determine their own political status. Through that also, we are proving to the world that this is how our political status are going to be. Peaceful. Democracy. Justice. Right of human beings. These are the things that the protests are representing for. When you look at all this protest is representing, do you think that it's not important? It is important. Number two. Sorry, 1 minute.
Is not just calling for an action, it is facilitating the exercise of basic human rights by its citizens. State obligation, even an unrecognized authority.
Sorry. Upholding fundamental human rights. Upholding fundamental human rights. The government is not just calling for an action. It is facilitating the exercise of basic human rights by its citizens. Upholding fundamental human rights. The government is not just calling for an action of protest. Rather, it is facilitating the exercise of basic human rights by its citizens on the name of protest under United States of Biafra government. The number one, and another one. State's obligation, state and the obligation. Even an unrecognized authority is expected to respect and uphold international human rights norms. Iwu dị na international human rights. Now even all recognized authorities like Sowore has the right. But he must. How do he respect human rights norms? By giving Nigeria police, Nigeria court paper that election will hold on so day. And also to guide the protests to not be violence. We know that if the protests are going to go on Monday becomes violence, is the anti-protesters by Nigerian government at the cost of it. They are the one doing it. They are the one doing what? Doing that. Protest is going to happen. If this protest on Monday has anything problem, Nigeria, we're letting the world to know that Nigeria has been doing this from the origin. Even when we are on Nigeria, being on protest for our new nation, doing protests about Mazen and the Kano, they always bring gun and bullets. They always bring those who will come and fight those who are doing the right thing. So if anything goes wrong by the world to hold Nigeria accountable for once. Nigeria is doing this shenanigans because of the world has never held them for once on their injustice, on all the atrocities they are holding. If they hold them for once, everything will come to change. But because of the world are benefiting from what Nigeria is doing, that is why they are muting, they are keeping silent. That is why the world is keeping silent, because they are gaining from it. America, what is your gain that human beings are dying? Britain, England, what is your gain that human beings are dying? Mass burial every month. What is your gain? France, what is your gain? Because of mineral resources. So the mineral resources are more important than human being because of you use it to enrich yourself. That is selfish. That is stupidity of all these countries that are supporting one Nigeria, that are supporting Nigeria territorial integrity today. All of you who are supporting Nigeria territorial integrity are committing crime because you support the person who is harboring the crime. You support who is committing the crime to harbor the crime, and you are protecting territorial integrity. Through that means, all these world powers, all these UN member, all this EU, all this, all of the African whatever, all of them are the blood of the innocent people that are being laid on the ground every day with mass burial. Their blood is upon you people's head for not fighting, for not bringing out justice to where justice needed to be done. All of you are going to pay dearly for it. Any country who are harboring Nigeria territorial integrity as a sovereign state are going to, what happened to Nigeria, what happened to citizens in Nigeria must surely happen to all of you, one after the other. So you will have a taste of what you have sold in Nigeria to kill people. Britain, you can eat your cake and have it. Your time is coming, it's fast approaching. They will experience it. They will pass through it. Remember where we are, that you are free to call at any time you decide to call as we continue. So my people, I want you to see the importance of what? Importance of protests. Yes, there, Finland must test of it. They must. All of them who could do that. Any country today, after seeing all that's happening in Nigeria, that are supporting Nigeria territorial integrity as a member of UN. What's happened to the citizens of that so-called death sentence will happen to your citizens under your government? Then let the world call on you. Let your citizens fight you against the incessant killing that is going on every day in Biafra land, in Nigeria also. People of Benue, people of Katsina State, people of Jigawa, 12 northern states have been taken over by these people. They have taken over. They are practicing Sharia law. My people, the words we hear, they are hearing about it, they will hear more. We also urge our government to do those things that will put Nigeria under political pressure. Protest is important. Let's continue. Let's continue, my people. The new country is honoring the right to freedom of peace assembly as freedom of expression, protecting under instruments like the ICCPR. Yes, so coaches, the new face of Nigeria downfall will comment tomorrow. This is a wonderful one. I don't know how my eyes just got in there very fast. Thank you so much for that comment. The new face of downfall of Nigeria will commence tomorrow. Exactly. That is political pressure. That is diplomatic. That is what we need to be doing often and on to bring Nigeria on the eyes of every country that will triggers to invoke Nigeria territorial integrity inside UN membership and also sanction Nigeria. That is why we must continue doing such things. It's not only on paper. That is why we must do something. Choose him in the Bible. Nande ba esna nkem fro nanya beziokwu na nkem no nante boase. And him go ni case present here evidence, video evidence. None have win case than the write-up evidence. Because the one on the video is not manipulated. It's not stained. It's just the way it is. It's by the nation. This is the truth. For the government to call for protest, they said the new country is honoring the right of freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of expression, that they are a new country. This protest under instruments like the ICCPR, Article 20. The power of protest
is expected to respect and uphold international human rights norms. By calling for and protecting a peaceful assembly, the new country is honoring the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of expression, protected under instruments like the ICCPR. The power of protest, since international law protects the people's right to protest, a new government is using a universally recognized lawful method to express its collective political will on a major issue, the unlawful detention of its leader.
Do you hear it? The unlawful detention of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa. Protest is part of what we can use to let the world know. Why are we silent on this from the side of our government? That's why I said those that are advising this government, those that are PA, to go out and search and dig information out to give the government to implement it. So far, there is back of international law of ICCPR. It is our right. The power of protest. Since international law protects the people's right to protest, the new government is use a universally recognition lawful mode to experience its collective political will on a major issue, the unlawful detention of its leader, do you see the power of the protest? All these things are very important. That's what I told you. Do not shy away from it. We must use that multiple dimension to achieve our goal. Let's continue. Number 3.
3. Political necessity and demonstrating legitimacy. In the context of a new state, a call for mass protest serves a vital political function.
Listen. Number 3. Political necessity and the demonstrating legitimacy. In the context of a new state, like the Biafran people, in the context of a new state, a call for mass protest serve a vital political function. In the context of a new state, a call for mass protest serve as vital political function in the eyes of international global communities. That is why the protests are very important. That is why. So, you can see the power of protest and why the protest is very important. I hope you can see it. Then you will know that nobody will stop the protests. So that is it. Let us continue.
Showing support, a mass protest demonstrates to the international community that the new government and its arrested leader have overwhelming popular support. This popular support is a key component of what is sometimes called the declaratory theory of statehood, that a state's existence is a fact and a government ruling with the clear consent of its people is legitimate. Non-violent leverage. It is a...
I hope we are making common sense, my people. Showing support, a mass protest demonstrates to the international community that the new government and its arrested leader has overwhelming popular support. The people's support is a key component of what it is sometimes called the declaration, the declaratory terror of a statehood. That's our mass protest under the name of United States of Biafra. That under a mass protest demonstrate to the international community that a new country government, a new country like United States of Biafra government and its arrested leaders like Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, Mas Simon Ekpa have overwhelmed popular support. It's only on the protest that we know that. It's only our self-referendum that we did when we never declared Biafra is not enough. Because some that was online in abroad, that was that's in abroad, it's a high time for them to showcase their self-referendum by going out to protest. If there's weekend, it can be on weekend, it's going to affect any of us job. It can be on the weekend. It can last only 2 hours. If you're somebody who work 10 o'clock in the morning, you may decide to go to protest by 7 o'clock and close 8:30, close 9:30, go back to your work. Rather you join the protest where it's very close to where you are working. It is very important. It doesn't matter from which mouth is it coming from. What matters is that the message is out there. Let's continue. The only way I want you to keep your interest from is showing support, a massive protest demonstrate to the international community that the new government and its arrested leaders has overwhelmed popular support is what protests prove. This popular support is a cue of what is sometimes called the declared terror of two of a stakehold. They knew that a state's existence is a fact. It's fact. When we protest, it means that what we are claiming that we have declared, there is people there, and the people there are supported, and that is a fact. When the people that population that's in abroad that protests for the new country and also the release of the elite leaders. This is what they asked us to do. This is the criteria. After declaration of a new country, these are the criteria. We have to work on them. These are the criteria. That is why, for you to see the importance of this protest, that is why Nigerians want to stop the protest, because it's to expose them. It's also to let the world know what is going on. It's also to let the world know what is happening. That is how also the new government has the right to protest, to prove to the world we are a new nation. Look at the population here, on those in abroad. In the homeland, we have this, also this, by our election, proof for the homeland. What of in abroad? Claiming that person and the how those are supporting them in abroad? Where are those people? Without protest, the world see that nobody is supporting him in abroad. It's not all about talking on media. Sometimes it shows working. We have to show working by organizing protests in country. The protest must approved by the government, and the tag or the right of the protest must be United States of Biafra protest. It must be United States of Biafra protest. Then the weight is quite different from the one that ordinary other people called. This is how we establish some facts into the eyes and the minds of the world. This is how we establish who we are. That's Obato Obie, that Masina Nkano have a supporters, a permanent population, a big population in abroad who are there for him. The world might not, the world as of after now that we have made a declaration, anything that you see those called IP1 Nigeria are doing, the world are not taking it serious any longer. They see them as rebels in the midst of what we are doing. They see them as the saboteurs we have. The only legitimate government, like our DPM said, is the one that coming from United States of Biafra. That is why the protest must come from the United States of Biafra government, where we have the right under international law. Many laws support us to do that. That the state existence is a fact, evidence, and the government ruling within the clear contents of each people's legitimate. Are you seeing what everything is all about? Non-violent non-violent leverage. Let us go on that.
Way to generate significant international pressure and media attention without resorting to military or violent means, making the new entity appear responsible and worthy of recognition.
Do you hear that? Am I the one saying it? Don't look at me, I'm not the one. But this is what they ask us to do. Non-violent leverage. It is a way to grant significant international pressure and the media attention by protests without resorting to military or violence means, making the new entity appear responsible and the worth of recognition. Magical shoes, I think so. I think so. Or somebody need to say, I don't know. Sometimes I don't have our DPM number. If you have, what I will do is to send him this write-up on this document of UN of ICCPR. But because of I don't have his number, I don't know how to send it. If you put it in my S handle, she doesn't have time to go there. I need a way that some document will reach to her, like direct, because the woman is busy. This woman, her job is busy more than time of about 2 years. A lawyer can sit in office like this and reading something, but this woman will be there, and someone who has her own personal hospital, thinking of drugs of give patients, thinking of how to control situation. All these things she doesn't have time. But that's why I say that somebody, maybe she employs somebody who gathers information and put on her table, so whenever she comes and sitting for 20 minutes or 1 hour, she will listen to those things. We call it listening to multiple information, multiple news. When I was in Nigeria, that is my position. I was the one listening to multiple news, be recording it and bringing down. So whenever the overall commander comes, see this message, see this one, he will listen. Someone has to be in there for her. Somebody must do it. Just your job becomes going to platforms, researching and be putting it to her on her table. Or because you can also, you can see her when she comes for fundraising, she jot down things she said. The importance of protest. The importance of protest. Remember, like I told you, please, if you're first time coming, may you like the program and share the program, please, on your timeline, on your Facebook handle, on your S handle, so people on your Instagram, on your TikTok, so people can listen. I told that the number to call, if you want to call me, is +973360513337. If you want to call to make your own contribution, that is my number to call for this program. Or what do you think about the protest under University of Biafra? Look at our brother Coach Shoes. I think personally has to mobilize the protest international. The government of University of Biafra will give their support. No, here they say that the governments are supposed to be the one who will call for the protest. Because of their, look at it, they said they are a new nation. Without international recognition, that the government calling for that protest, then when the citizens come out, the population comes out, it can trigger to international recognition under the government, in the name of the government. That is why it's important for someone to get something and send to our DPM, because the woman the very sacrosanct, no space. Not like Obatobie, who can sit in office and relax because of he's a lawyer. That is it. That is it. The protest draws the attention of international global community. They say that when they see that the protest is peaceful, that the protest is peaceful, and they prove that the new government is responsible, and they want to be recognized. They want to be recognized. And why this recognition is, we have to do all these things, that this is what can free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He will not die. Nigeria has applied the method they used to kill Abacha. They used to kill many people in Nigeria in the past. They have implemented that method of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is why we must be fast. That is why everything must be under pressure. So we can get him alive and send him abroad to put him in one of the best hospitals and treat him. If you look at him, are you not crying? I am telling this from painful mind. That painful the one I see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is things that we need to be doing. Honestly. He had it here. That is why we must carry multiple dimension out. That is why we must carry multiple dimension out. The protest is part of the multiple dimension. Honestly, sometimes I feel very pained when I see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every time I see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, look at the way he is. His color has started changing. If this protest can trigger his release or from the government, what stops us from doing it? If this protest can, or from instead of Biafra, do you know exactly the one I will work for us to get international recognition? That is why that anything that the law of UN or anything that the article asks us to do, let us do it and see what will outcome of it. God had I know if we know because I've done this in the past. So let us do it. It's our time to do it. It's our time.
In conclusion, while a fully established state rarely calls for mass protests, the new country has the right to do so as a legitimate exercise of its authority in defense of its sovereignty, its detained leader, and the fundamental human rights of its citizens. The call for peaceful protest strengthens its case for international legitimacy.
Mass Gochus, you had it here. No, the new country has to do that. The new country has to call for the protest. The new state has to call for the protest. In conclusion, why fully established states? Why fully unestablished states calls for massive protest? The new country has the right to do so as the legitimacy exercise of the authority in defense of its sovereignty. To prove our own, to defend our own sovereignty. That's why we say for protest. To exercise our authority through that protest. It's not only by the election. As that one is going on, the protest is going on, everything is about Biafra. Then that is how the revolution will sink in and come. The new country has the right to do so as a legitimate exercise of its authority in the defense of its sovereignty. Its detained leader, and in the fundamental human right of its citizens, the call for peaceful protest strengthens its cause for international legitimacy. Do you hear it? It will now draw attention, legitimacy from the international global stage. This is why the protests are very important, my people. Let us not shy away from it. Somebody must remind the government. Somebody must signal them. Somebody must send it to her so she may see it and maybe read and pick up from there. Or they will drop out information number. When you get to something, you will drop so from there, they will read. And they will keep somebody who is reading it, make sure that when the information comes, somebody will read and circulate the information to the government so they can be able to discuss about it and implement the best way of it. Yes, I can see that today people don't want to call. Today maybe church and other things, they are busy. I have talked for good 3 hours. So I think it's the time to go and rest. If someone call, we continue because your call also rests my voice. If nobody call, we are going to play some videos of one Nigeria list. And after that, we will decide to end the program. But if call comes in, we take. In case, if you want to call, you are free to call me. Let us listen to things that are going on in Nigeria about the secrets, everything that is happening. Let us listen. We'll have a first call. Wanda, good morning from here.
morning, sir.
Thank you so much for calling. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's you that we're supposed to thank the more, because you are really trying. You are really trying for us, bringing information and giving directives on how to go about the challenges that we are facing. Because some people will think maybe it's only Nnamdi Kanu or Samuel Ekpa is facing that challenge. Is typical lie. Is the whole Igbo race and Nigeria inclusive? Because anybody that is in bondage until you fight to bring yourself out, or you call for help and help will come for you. It is every one of us that is in that bondage. Yes, Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel Ekpa might be in detention, but it is the whole Igbo race.
Yes.
Whether you believe it or you
not.
don't believe it, you are there. Because when God gives an assignment to somebody, God must look for a man to spearhead an assignment. Likewise, the pastors in the church, God will give the vision to one man, and the one man will call on all the people, and the vision will be carried out. One person cannot carry the vision of God. There is no way. Okay, you that is teaching us now, if every one of us are not here to be listening and carrying the information, and you are just teaching, you will teach, it will go to the point you will be tired and you will pack up. It's when you are seeing the response of people, seeing human being around you, supporting this vision and everything, it will encourage you the more. So to me, the protest is a welcome idea. And as you said, I pray that my people should not go with anything flag or Biafra or whatever.
Yeah.
They should just go empty, carrying the placards of Nnamdi Kanu. That is what they want to do, because this is a nationwide protest.
Protest, yeah.
And it is God that orchestrated this event. Fine, Sowore might be the one spearheading it, but it is God. Because Sowore has been there since over 5 years now.
Yeah.
It has never occurred to him. But this is a critical time. God has to give him that vision. And this vision you see, this protest you see will trigger so many things.
Exactly.
What I am envisaging in this protest is that after this protest, so many things is going to blow up. Because this protest is now bringing sensitization to people that seem adamant, that are not hearing or knowing what is happening. It's not that they don't know or they don't see or they don't hear, but they want you to trigger it for them to come in. If you did not trigger anything, likewise, when you have an issue that is still hanging, you are not too sure of something, of a particular thing, the way you will handle it is different from when you have an issue that you are too sure of. So when the people that wear the shoe come out and said, this shoe is paining me, oh, this is where it's paining me.
Yeah.
The person that wore you the shoe will say, okay, let's see where the shoe is paining. And when they now confirm that actually this shoe is paining this person, they will now, okay, it's either you change the shoe or you make an amendment for it. But this one, there is no amendment anymore. What we want is a change of a separate nation. That is what we want. And also, I want to thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are trying your best. Our government is also doing his or her own best. But I think the people around the government should intensify the more.
Honestly, yeah.
Because most of these things, yes, they should intensify the more. Because it is very, very bad that you have done something, reaching the towards end of that thing, you now say you are giving up or you feel tired. No. It is when the something is ending, that is when the issue will escalate.
That is when the girl is getting tough.
Yes. So it is now called for the people that are the toughest to chew that bone. And I know that God has given us the toughest people. So I want to encourage them, using this medium to encourage them. Because they too, they have their own personal life. The only thing they will do is they should delegate. They should delegate through media, through everywhere they can delegate. Let them spread what they know that people can handle. And let them begin to do it. And if somebody that is into publication in media, in the government should also, I don't know how they structure it, there should be somebody that will be in charge of a protest, because this is the time protests need to get to the gear level.
Yes.
Because the more, it is only the protest that we will use to pressurize people. People will be getting aware, and when we are bombarding them, like the media are doing so by hashtagging, but when the physical call is made, like when you were telling us that we should always hashtag, I never really understood until I begin to see the result. I said, so this thing, before I was just seeing it as you should just make a statement. But now I know that hashtagging is a very big weapon.
It's a protest.
And when as we are hashtagging and the physical one is being projected, the force will be so much and it will be so heavy.
Yeah.
And there is nothing the world needs to do than to bow and give us what we want. Like in the Bible, when a woman that was hungry, in need of something, went to a rich man, and that woman, Bible said that woman persistently knocking. Even though the person will feel you are disturbing me and everything, but never give up. And when you read the Bible talks about the Canaanite woman that came to Jesus, because that woman, even Jesus insulted the woman, called a woman a dog. The woman said, yes, even though I'm a dog, I know I'm a dog, but let me eat that crumbs that comes from your table, the master's table.
Yes.
And once that woman said so, Jesus does not have any other thing than to attend to the need of that woman. So that is the character we should also employ now. No matter what they are saying, we should keep on bombarding.
Yeah.
At the end, you will see the results.
As so protest the end in the abroad, another protest continue going on. There is even under this charter of UN, this ICCPR, it said that the protest is a very powerful tool to secure recognition and release of a leader.
Yeah.
So that's why
I don't know, in the government, the person in charge
of media
should testify. If the war is overwhelming her, he should call for a helping hand. There are so many people everywhere that can do.
Yes.
Call for a helping hand so that they can help her or him.
Exactly.
Even if it almost every day.
Exactly. There is when I come across these people, these Bangladesh, I don't know. I take my time. That is where I start going in. The Bangladesh people, they hired people to just be searching and be getting information and be giving to those that's inside their government. They have a group.
Okay.
Their only job is to search and represent and bring to the government. Okay. That is their job. They have also those that their job is also, when these people who make research are bringing, you are making analysis on it. This is the process that they went in before they become a new nation, before they get their freedom. These are things that trigger for the recognition, because there was bombarding everywhere with important things to do. So that's why sometimes I ask myself, if we were in social media, we only channel on one people or people of our own. What if that people are not there? What am I going to preach?
Yes.
That means that there's nothing to preach. Because if what I am preaching is all about internal conflict of our own, not from the one coming from Nigeria. So when that our internal conflict is not there, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
So we need
This time around.
Yeah.
This time around, what the government should do is to, I don't know how they will treat that internal conflict, to silence them, so that the main focus will be on the ball. Because all these people that are causing this thing should be silenced. I don't know how government
you can't silence them. It's never happened. Every country in the world who has their freedom has internal conflict. There has what is happening to us. That's what I always said in my plan. I said we must undergo the process of every country who gets their independence exactly like this way we are fighting for our own. But the issue is this: you had me today talking about to go 247 when I played the video of Mazen Nandekano. I should not give all my time to that thing. If I have 3 hours, I might decided to use 1 hour and talk about it, and use the other 1 hour and talk another different thing that will draw attention of the international global community.
Yeah.
But there is, when we focus only on that our internal conflict, the world are not seeing what we are doing. But when somebody pass on your program, hear that you are calling out this protest, that what is happening in Hamas is too small, and what's happening in my own area, the attention will be drawn to hear why this person is saying such a thing. When somebody see what I'm explaining now, that is why somebody who is a very political person in America come across my platform. He commented. He said that what you said got my attention, and I listened to you, and now I become your follower no matter what. So everything, when Obi said that multiple dimension needed, now the way I'm saying things, so I will say this one: I am not seeing multiple dimension from the government. We will not hold on only writing papers, sending our document. No, we need no people. Nke mfro n'anya bụ eziokwu mana nke mfro nke nọ na ntị bụ asị. Now on the protest, as this document now the protest is an eyesore of the world to know that there is a population who are including in the new country that was declared. That the protest is a significant eyesore that draws attention and pity of international global community to say this population that are here from home, from abroad doing this thing, they need to listen to. Then they will draw attention. Because what we're saying is like, people will gather without doing not just stand there. But once 2 of you start fighting, India like to stop the fight. So everything in between is what we are doing. The multiple dimension need to continue more and more. We need to add more to trigger, because I am saying this. Nigeria government know that Nakano will not be released. If you listen to this article, we told you that when the leader was arrested, to pressurize the formal arrested power is to protest to the world, draws attention for him to be released. And the man can't release now. Biafra has been declared. He will release as the hero of a Biafran people. So Nigeria are not ready to give him that hero. Then we are the one to make him to have that hero by what we are doing now that we are outside here. Calling protests often and on is important. Call it on weekend where people are not working. Take 2 hours, 3 hours for the protest. We want to go in. 2 times in a month, once in a month is counting for eyesore, because there is those who are not reading. There is those who are not on S-handle. Even if they are, they're not coming across what we are doing. But when you do protest, the videos of other people posting will make it to go viral. And they will see it. So the government need to adhere into some certain things. Like one of our OBA is here. Everything in between is happening. Everything in between. Multiple dimension. So there is where we need to encourage ourselves more to do more, because we are eager, we are hungry to Mazen to be released, but because of the death sentence called Nigeria, are not going to release him. What are we going to do when we keep silent? coming only on Saturday, address the young people, or sometimes come and answer question and answer without protests going on. It doesn't solve the problem. This is the pure truth.
There was this Maxwell, this man Maxwell Opara.
Yeah.
There was the prophecy he was giving. He has been. He knows Nnamdi Kanu very well.
Yes.
Very close. Before Nnamdi Kanu was, he knows all the ordeal of Nnamdi Kanu. So this man was giving a prophecy of the plan of Nigeria coming 4th of November.
Yes.
So he called for prayer. That is why, you see, in life, if you don't have a knowledge of where you are going or what is happening, both the spiritual knowledge and the physical knowledge, you are bound to make a mistake. Fine, some people might not believe in prophecy. Some people might believe in it. But I am telling you, when you are doing, they used to say that,
yeah.
Then if you are saying that whether the more is lying or whether the more is saying the truth, you will not listen. And at the end, that thing will happen exactly how it's being said. I see okay, maybe we'll legal manage. We are that this thing may make what happen. Okay, I will not take chances again. Even if this thing is said, even if the person is lying or the person is saying the truth, the only thing I know that I will do is to pray. Pray. And when you pray, you testify in your prayer. Don't just mention prayer and go. Because prayer is the medium that you communicate to the spirit.
Yeah.
Even if people that are into native things, that interpretation of the book is also prayer. They communicate to the spirit they believe in.
Exactly.
We, the children of God, we communicate to God through prayer. So if you say you're a child of God, and when the information comes to you, you don't communicate, that means you want that thing to happen. So the man was saying their plan come 4th of November. That their plan is to jail Master Nnamdi Kanu. And when they jail him, they will project a situation that they will bring him to court. They will not bring him to court. And in that jail, they will kill him there. And when they kill him there, they have already made this plan. Kept this plan waiting for the actualization. And for the plan that when they succeeded, of which they will never succeed, when they succeeded in eliminating him, all the people that are involved in that plan, maybe people that are around him, or people that are Igbo people that are around them, that knows what happened, that they will kill those ones, so that the secret of how they kill Nnamdi Kanu will never surface. That if you know that you are a Japan or you are an Igbo person, that this is the time for everybody to testify in his or her prayer, so that the evil plan, the plot against him will not stand. So why am I saying so is this? As we are doing the physical one that we know we can do, the spiritual one also we should not neglect it.
Yes.
So many has been waiting prayer. This is the time the prayer should be high the more. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not here. We don't see him. As we are speaking now, we don't know what is happening to him.
Exactly.
So it is only when we pray and God will open our eyes, that's only when we know. As all of us are here now, we don't know what is happening in that DSS custody where he is. Then we know that our prayer, being a weapon, will always protect him and will always cover him. Whatever evil the enemy are planning against him will never succeed. So what as we are doing the one that we know we can do, we should also be praying serious prayer that every plan of the devil come this season will never stand. that the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu will be actualized. And we don't know how God will do it, but we know that there is nothing difficult for God to do. So I want to encourage you, sir. Continue teaching us. We that are not in social media, we are doing one thing or the other.
Yeah.
Since the day one, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, God ministered to me about him, because before I don't know what is happening. But all of a sudden, God started ministering to me about him. And that ministration led into prayer. Since that day one till today, Nnamdi Kanu has been my number one prayer point. Even fast, I will fast and I will pray. And when things want to go somehow, at times God will open it up to me. I will stand on the ground. Even to Master Simon Ekpa and even to our DPM. So I want to encourage every one of us. All in our matter. After I will get back to Jigere woman where we for Nnamdi Kanu and all our leaders. Or in our church. God of protection and release, deliverance for them. Whichever one you are doing, provided it's not evil, use it to make sure that these people are well secured and they are released. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, my sister. You're welcome. Thank you. Happy Sunday once again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So, my fellow dear friends, our line are open for call. If you have something to say, anything you have in your mind about the protests and what we have discussed here this morning, you are free to do that. The number to call remain +9733360513337. That is the number to call on. If you want to call, please call on that number. It is your turn, it is your right to call on our program and submit your own humble suggestion for what we are doing, because we are here to do the needful. We are here. We are tired of the enclave called Nigeria. We are very tired.
When we say that a bad government knows nobody.
Yeah, we have a caller. Coaches 042 Onyesioku, good morning from here. Happy Sunday.
Listen to you, my brother, and they will.
There was so much.
Good morning from the side. Happy Sunday.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Happy Sunday.
I wish you the best.
Yes. First of all, yeah, my word first, what you're supposed to know in this time around is that I'm Abalaba all we complete.
That's so.
Once somebody is planning any evil against you, and God reveal that secret for you, you're supposed to know that that plan has been destroyed. Just like the coup that they are planning in this Nigeria. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has been saying that before.
Yes.
He said that there is a coup that they are planning in Nigeria here. That is to tell you, for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to open his mouth, tell the whole world that this is what they are planning in Nigeria, automatically that plan has been destroyed.
Even about Obi, even about Obi.
Yes. Yes. Just as the one they are planning against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu now, as far as that secret has been leaked, automatically that plan has been destroyed. And at the same time, what you have to understand this moment is this, pertaining what both the protests and everything. Just as I said in my comment section before, we should know that the government, the height of the government, is not going to be in every way.
Yes.
What I'm suggesting today, because all our people all over the world, we should put our listening here, most especially those in the media. First of all, the media, if there is any way that you people are going to contact with each other, you contact to each other and bring that suggestion to the government, or the media are going to mobilize this protest and present it to the government. Then the government is going to put their support. I think that is where the protest that the convention is talking about. That is what I have to say on that one.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion.
And at the same time, if you look at what is going on now, USB media has taken over YouTube.
For sure.
USB media has taken over YouTube. I think now our people, most especially USB media, those that are supporting USB, I think this is the right time for them to channel their energy in TikTok and Facebook. Because most of our people, so many of them are no more entering YouTube again. Some, most especially those in the homeland, they prefer TikTok and Facebook. I think this is the right time for the media that are supporting USB, United States of Biafra government, to also channel their energy in YouTube and in Facebook and TikTok, so that those in homeland are going to know what is going on. Because this protest that Sowore called for now, if you check where the news is trending most, is in Facebook.
Okay.
Is Sowore now? He called the protest for the atrocity that Nigeria government is committing against our leader. But that protest is going far. Is going to go far distance in short.
Yes.
Okay, far. That is the reason why I said our people, most especially those that are supporting the United States of Biafra, we should conduct that. We should try to make a way that we're going to conduct protests worldwide, apart from those in homeland. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa, I think there is one certain time that he not even did that. He said others can protest, but those that in homeland, because Nigeria government they not regard protest as anything. Once you come out to talk of Biafra, then even matter to even shoot at the person or something like that.
Exactly.
But those that are outside Nigeria, those that are outside Biafra land, they can protest. That is just the two that that is the little thing that I say I want to contribute this morning.
Your opinion is very nice, and it's a nice one. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
When we say that a bad government knows nobody, we mean it doesn't care who you are. Whether you supported it, changed election results in its favor, or even snatched ballot boxes for it, the negative impact will still reach everyone. No one is spared. In the history of the world, this might be the worst government ever. Unfortunately, it's happening right here in Nigeria. Which government is so determined to reduce its citizens to nothing? Tell me which one. Nigeria is the only place where citizens gladly provide everything for themselves. Everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Electricity, water, healthcare, you name it. The government is as useless as anything you can imagine. Completely useless. Yet this same government turns around and wants to tax poor citizens on their hard-earned money. Yeah. I'm not against paying tax. Hey, no. That's if you work and earn. But for God's sake, which government taxes the money that simply comes into someone's bank account? Maybe now they are a bit ashamed of borrowing from everywhere and looting the same money they borrowed. So now they've resorted to stealing directly from the citizens. Chai.
People are not paying attention.
Someone should please call me privately and tell me this new tax I heard about is not true. But if it turns out to be true, then this will be the Oga Patapata of criminal governments. For all those that supported these clueless criminals into office, I hope they will remember to exempt your accounts until the youths are tired of suffering and say enough is enough. Things will remain this way. They know that only the youths can change this bad government. That's why they keep dividing you with tribal politics. My name is Apostle Barnabas, and this is Truth Assembly International.
That is the Nigerian government for you. So I hope you are listening. We are not the ones saying. Rather, now we allow them to be the one that are saying it, so we can be able to. Other people may, the international global stage, we understand the importance of why we, the Biafran people, are crying, seeking for our outright from Nigeria that made us to go to Finland and graduate and make a real declaration of a new country, United States of Biafra, that was declared on November 29, 2024. We have only one government by United States of Biafra. We rose up even in Africa for them to know that this Biafra that has not yet fully recognized that is where your future lies. The light of Africa will shine again only when Biafra becomes a full country. That is when the Africa will rose up. The freedom of Africa is in our hand, but Africa must help us this time around to recognize United States of Biafra and remove themselves from that evil advice that Britain give them, that white man give them, that if you give these people, if they are a country of their own, they are going to create more countries in Africa. Africa will have many countries, many country land dispute, border dispute. It's a pure lie. Them that are Europe, how many countries made up of Europe? Between Europe and Asia and Africa, who has the highest population of number of countries? Is it not them? They come to their place, they divided it everywhere. But when it's come, they will tell you no. Because they don't want you to get close to their number that they are controlling. We must stand up. We must do the needful. Let the protest begin. Let the protest continue. After this one, another protest should come up. Everything must play around. Everything must be happening. That is called multiple dimension. We will not going to be silent anymore again. The killing is too much. The inhuman treatment is too much. The abuse is too much. If you think it's only for Biafran, I am sorry for you. The protest leads to action. The protest leads to revolution. That is how it works. After Biafra war, if you're coming to a Biafran, what happened in Asaba? Asaba massacre. Obo Asaba massacre. What happened there? You must come back where you are before. The Britain amalgamation bring injustice, inhuman treatment, abuse of law, intimidation, and by force staying. That is what the amalgamation brings to us. And it leads to burn the thing called Nigeria that I call death sentence of every indigenous people. If you say it's a lie, call me and prove to me. Let me bring evidence of how Nigeria is a death sentence to every indigenous people. That is why Benue is hot. Every part of North is hot today, chasing the indigenous people away, because they think that if they can be able to secure they're from the North, they can operate from any other places. That is why dividing is the best thing. People will lock their borders so they will not fly from and come. People will block their borders. Benue will block their border. The Northern will block their border. The Southeast, the Yoruba, the one nation will block their border. They will not enter. They see that the only way they can make a safe haven is to, now they have captured no less than 14 states in the north. They've started from 1 2, 3, 4, and you are there when we are saying it, you'll be writing junk on the comment section. You'll be filling your brain, wasting your time to think what you will write to me. Once you write that nonsense, when you remove your hand, in seconds I delete it off. It disappeared. It's wasted time. So if you to pay attention, listen, what is wrong, what is right.
Why you for trouble?
What is happening to you? Oh. Sorry, hold on, my people. The video get corrupt somehow, so I need to do something so I'm able to play the video. Nigeria broach. Nigeria, how broach? I'm around.
Why you for trouble?
Where is the list of the sponsors of terrorists that
97? I get the Akaide to tend aya.
I get be better. I got
Jabulewu. Anyamara nobo. A game of death, Kaibanimia.
And that is why I called you that Nigeria is a sentence of death. Death sentence.
Singular out. The other side. Okay, they open fire. Papa, we will go machine gun. That will be our people, and they were slaughtered in thousands. And you want to send them with your bapone, Bondi Ozu that Budonazo, Oberonebao, so can they quiver? Obonia from Simbana Moto, Abana Moto. I'm around low another killing field. In the same way, no more so what? I didn't go in no more. Kawajupa, Umokani. What I say, and you go grave. What I say, and you face the grave. What I say, start saying your prayer.
After the war, Nigeria, death sentence.
One Land Rover, Landia. Oblubab Ali. My classmate na New Better College Onitsha. I'm saying, Sonny, what are you doing here? He said, you know I'm from Masaba. It's to join my people. He commanded me, Abiam Banyana Jeep where one other person, John Okonia, Amabanya, Anya they can drive from here to that place. They open machine gun.
Nigeria, death sentence. Oh. Facebook must you play advert at all time. You had it here. I heard this your advert. When I told that Nigeria is a death sentence, you can hear it here. What happened? Agedibe. Obulo Biele. Omike Modekenya.
Those Makawani Neja Water. Ibo Sagido Zufun came married. Ibulu Denia. Inaga ifude ne kono n'enu mmadu na ponchi afọ ya.
That is death sentence of Nigeria. Okay.
One si go gugbu ndi be anyi nu.
Ndi asaba.
Dika wine. Ndi di aga ya nwudo ofu general Babangida. Oburu Mrs. Babangida. Okpotoli ahụ ife iwu ọgbọgụ onye egbu ilo Awuru General Duba, Boo First Lady, and a number of them, attract equal development to Asaba. So now they won the war and we won the peace.
There is no peace. No
Of the
peace.
sponsors of terrorists that the United Arab Emirates sent to Nigeria. We have it. You have it as a government. Why don't you go after them? So I am calling on America and I'm calling on the entire world to put pressure on the Nigerian government. I want the international community to help Nigerian government, help the Tinubu administration. He met it, but he must get to solve the problem.
That is where you are confused human being. That's why being a pastor.
Millions of Christians are right now disarmed. I know how many houses I'm building. I know how many people I am paying their school fees. I know how many people I join in their burial, mass burial. We can't deny the truth. The truth is the truth. What is genocide? I will close with this, and I want you, if you really love your country and you believe that it's time we join forces together, the moderate Muslims and the Christians, we join our hands together to bring a stop to this.
You cannot. You don't know the solution. The solution is to divide. When you divide, you lock the border. Because people, they are not flying from air. They use motorcycle to enter. If you join, how could you control the borders? That is where the problem. That is why you must divide the country. So control of the border will be very easy, and it will stop. It will do what? It will stop.
Holy area. That drug to save our life in Nigeria.
You will not strong. You will save yourself.
In Nigeria, massacre Christians. They are tired to be outside performing burial every day, and they expect us to silence them.
He's asking us. He's asking us for help.
Okay.
We have the ability in our day and age to actually do something. To have
recognize
a video
Biafra.
reach the ears of the president.
I stop. They were the only who can stop it.
Let's get this message to the president and let him know that we care about our own body as Christians. They're our own body. They're in the body with us. And if they're being massacred, if they're being martyred, if they're being cut, if they're being shot, so are we. And there are things we can do about it. We can bring awareness, yes, but there are organizations that are literally boots on the ground, saving them, providing aid to them, trauma counseling them, food, shelter, Bible.
It's not what we need. That is where the world are getting it wrong. My friend, you are getting it wrong. The only way is to divide this death sentence called Nigeria. The only division. Divided is the only solution. No other solution. No other, because those that after you have give aid, after you have built house, they will still come back from the border that was corrupt and comes in and kill the innocent people. Aid is not the issue, my friend. The issue is to divide Nigeria so the border can be controlled. The too much population can be controlled. That is how also too many wrong things are happening. We are calling on you only on one thing, that the only we present solution. The solution is United States of Biafra, total freedom, total emancipation from Nigeria. That is only way. The Oduduwas, the emancipation of Oduduwa, the emancipation of the real Hausas to protect their border. That is only way that this thing can stop. If you give aid today, they eat the aid today, eat next tomorrow, the next 3 days, they will come attack them. The government will know, because the government is the Boko Haram by themselves. They are the sponsor. Tinubu is the sponsor. Chetima is the sponsor. Chegumi is the sponsor. These are what is happening. Abadu are sponsor. They're all in the business making with the blood of the innocent Christians, the blood of the innocent indigents.
let's take care of our own body. If you gave $1, $5, whatever the Lord calls you to give a day, it would go so far. And I believe one day you might stand before a brother and sister in Christ who is in this position in Nigeria, and they'll look at you and say, you don't know me, but you helped me when I needed it most.
Please tell Trump to save our life in Nigeria.
Trump, you will save yourself.
They are killing.
Already, they have declared war on Plateau. As I'm talking, yesterday we buried in the night one corpse, and they killed 2 people again. This morning that I'm telling you, come and see Fulani terrorists were invited from Bauchi, other places. I was able to have a report from the insider, and the man spoke, and it comes to true. This morning, as I'm talking to you, they are trooping into Doroa. They're outside behind Doroa.
You see, they are trooping in. That is why dividing the country is the only option. So the border can be controlled by the indigenous people, not the Nigeria army that are the Boko Haram themselves. Divide it. Let everybody go. The amalgamation brings us death sentence.
Now what do you want us to do? We are going to defend ourselves today. I was just coming from sector. I rushed to sector, but I didn't see the commander. At the same time, the TYC said the unit of Dorona side didn't give them report. My pastor in the village of Nyarwe, he has called me right now that the armies have withdrawn, which means something is wrong somewhere. All the youths in Nigeria, in Plateau State, Christian, if you are really a Christian, be on your knees, pray for us. We are going to defend ourselves to death. Imagine us visiting Ruga. We don't have that spirit. We don't have that mind. We are not wicked. We are not terrorists, and we will never be. But look at them, they are trying to enter our village now. I was just coming from the sector. As I've said, now I will troop in. I will go there. Even when some people are saying that I should not be there, I will be there with my people, because right here they are in the bush. They have arrived from Bauchi to cause confusion. Now I thank the 2IC, to the commandant. He's mobilizing his men, they're saying they're going, because nobody kept a report from that unit. Then they should hold the Nigerian army that are in that unit.
Sorry, it's an advert. This, you see what people are passing through? When we are talking about that, what we end it is division. They thought we are playing. They are coming more and more.
They are gambling with Nigerians.
Nobody's in Nigeria.
Pray for me. If I die today, let it be. Because I can't leave my people there. I'm going there. Pray for us. We will stand and defend ourselves to death by the power of Jesus. Now, already, 2 cops are on the ground. We have not buried them.
In the north, they will use Fulanese. In Biafra, they will use those on military with the Asra Dokuba, his boys.
Because their leader, Yahya Jingri, have already said, giving command to the security, they should never arrest any Fulani.
Are you hearing it? But in Biafra land, they will bring military and more tankers. That's what we are seeing.
All villages
in Biafra.
I will use this medium. All villages, they use stand back. Rise up with everything that you have in your position to defend the children.
On our own, the government will give order of to aside.
Stand and do something.
In Biafra land, they will give order of to aside.
The Supreme Court,
Nigeria, death sentence, that name
of that man in Adamawa, and look at what they have done. Because the man was defending his life. his crops. In that Eden, the Fulani man died. They have passed a sentence, so which means no Christian should react. No Christian, the Supreme Court of Nigeria have already passed death sentence on us. We should never defend ourselves. God, who is living in heaven, he will concern his angels. They will stand by us. By the power of Jesus.
The only way they will stand from you is when you fight.
For my people. Because I'm back from India and I'm ready. If it is the place that I will die, let me die with my people. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And all the Christians that claim the assault of the earth, but they have lost their saltiness. No Christian is talking. Even those in the assault, they are silenced. Even the bishop, they are silenced. The overseers are silenced. The leaders are silenced because they have lost their saltiness. And they are against Jesus Christ directly. They say, we are the salt of the earth. And we have to preserve the nation from decaying. We are to preserve. We are also to make the nation grow in a healthy way. We are to release peace. That is the nature of a true Christian. Since the Christian that cannot speak, can is silent because they are dead people spiritually.
He is not a Biafra.
Is dead. Their conscience
it has risen to everybody's hand.
It's happening in Nigeria. Why? Because they have sold. But like they have become Israel. Israel has sold his birthright to Jacob. And this is what is happening right here in Nigeria. Keep on praying for me. I choose to die than to live, to be performing burial.
That is why Mazen and the Kanu is in Jesus dungeon. Because he choose to set his people free with Simon Ekpa, who Finland colluded with Nigeria and keep. Because of they decided to fight for their own people. That is how we committed a crime. See them. Sharing money. That's why they kidnap people. Look at it. This is Nigeria. Where people are proud. One Nigeria. You must make it work. You must make it work. Where 14 states has become Sharia law. You know reason. Look at it. That is in Nigeria. You see it? I hope you are seeing this.
When do I? Please, that drug to save our life in Nigeria. They are killing Christians in Nigeria.
They invaded his house in his church, burn it down. Look at it. They invaded his church, burn it down. That is Nigeria.
We praise your name.
That is
it. So I am Reverend Yakubu Mutom. I am a pastor with the Church of Christ in Nations. But this is my village. This is Meyenga. Meyenga is in Bokos local government, Plateau State of Nigeria.
I hear it.
What really happened here is not only in this village that we are affected by this crisis. We are affected by more than 11 villages, which Meyenga happens to be one. And in these villages, it is the same method of attack that was conducted. It's the killing, the naming of people, slaughtering them, and burning of their houses and their foodstuffs and properties. So by now, by the record we have already collected, we have over 150 people that are killed in one day. Okay. That is on the 24th of December. That is the Christmas was just
last year. I'm saying because we wanted to know when
this happened. Because of what happened to us. As you could see, I'm standing here. This is my house in my village, and I lost everything that was in the house, both food stuff, clothing, and whatever. It was a furnished house, but it is burnt. And even the church that is by my side was burnt, and the pastorium is burnt. Everything about us here in this village is confused. As you could see, that everything is destroyed. But we thank God that some of us are alive. And at the cost of this, like me now, I lost 7 of my brothers.
Okay,
at
7
the cost of this crisis
of his brothers.
Thank you. So
You see this country where they call Tunisia, avoid them. See what they do our brothers and sisters for that country.
This is the resistance story they cannot teach you in school. I call it the Ekumeku War. The British called it the guerrilla warriors of Anioma. Many Nigerians know about women protest, the Benin expedition, but only few know that in the current day Delta State in Anioma land, a secret army of resistance called the Ekumeku movement fought the British for 31 years. This was not ordinary rebellion. The Anioma warriors were disciplined, coordinated, and organized across the land of Anioma, from Onichiluana to Isieluku and many other cities and towns in Anioma. They used what was called the forest warfare. They moved like shadows in the bush, and they suppressed the British army. Whenever the British attacked a village, the news would spread very quickly, and the Ekumeku fighters would respond with forest warfare. The colonial government called them terrorists, but they were freedom fighters. In 1902, British attacked a village called Ibuza and tried to force it under its control. But guess what? The Ekumeku fighters ambushed them using forest warfare. They moved like shadows, and that day they died a lot of British soldiers. In 1909, there was an uprising. The Ekumeku fighters attacked and ambushed British posts. They bombed colonial structures and pushed back the colonial army of the British. But in 1914, the British came back using sophisticated weapons. They called it the Maxim gun. They raided villages and burnt down towns. Our people were broken. Tears flowed. The British tried to break the spirit of resistance and courage of the Anioma warriors. In 1914, the Ekumeku movement was crushed. That same year, Nigeria was amalgamated.
Do you hear it?
Listen.
This is why. Have you had the war? This is how we come to where we are today. Do you see where we come to where we are? British fought us and they could not be able to penetrate. Without amalgamation, we are better people. The British brings what we are seeing today. The problem we face today, everything that is happening is what British caused to us. But they will repeat back because we did not invite them. Why are they fighting in our land? They live all the way from Europe. They entered our own land, our own territory. They start fighting because of what? Oil and gas they saw in our land. They fight 10 years. Over how many years of fighting without winning, without getting anything? The Ekumeku warrior, the Haridu Noba. All these things was what they used against us. When they fight and see how resistant we are, they gather African countries and tell them, do not allow them to have freedom because they know that we are powerful more than British on their own. When they find out that we are more powerful more than them, what happens? Look at it here. You can see it here. You can listen very well. We are bringing all this history to you for you to know who you are and where you are now. Find your way back roots. Go back to your roots so you may regain your strength, your dignity to the eyes of God. Because of the many saboteurs, God is angry with us. And the same saboteurs are still manifesting today. Let's continue.
Have been crushed, but the Ekumeku warriors did something. The Ekumeku warriors proved that colonization was not smooth.
It was never welcomed. Ordinary men and women with no weapon, but a spirit of courage and resistance hold the British.
Sorry, 1 minute I will come. It got interrupts. Let the advert finish. I don't want YouTube. Yeah.
For 3 decades, making the Nyoma region one of the hardest regions for the British to control. Their stories rarely told because the colonial narrative painted them as troublemakers. But they were freedom fighters, just like the Mwamwa in Kenya and the Ashanti in Ghana. Africa, modern day Tankwaya will uphold their stories and their legacy for the next generation to see and to hear from oral and written history. That is why I refuse to be compromised by those who took out our heroes. Wisdom Africa is a principal team. Make sure you follow me on all platforms, for we must uphold the legacy of those who fought for this continent. Africa, I love you and I care about you.
I don't love Africa, my brother. That is the only one place I always disagree with you. I don't love Africa because Africa accepted colonialism, except the only Igbos are the one who refused to accept to be colonized. That is why we fought Aga, Idu, Noba, the Kumeku war. They attacked them terrorists. The same thing they are attacking Mazen Nnamdi Kanu today. It does not start today. British, the evil, the Satan that we are experiencing in our life. We don't know who is Satan, but British is the Satan we know. That is who they are. British is the Satan we know. They are the Satan. They are the black Satan. They always print. British Satan committed all manner of crime. How could you leave your country all the way from Europe? You enter in our land, in Southeast, where you go and be fighting people that's on their own. Did we come to you to fight you? Do we come to Britain to fight Britain for one day? You come, you bring death to us, and you think you will be saved. Britain can never go scot-free. Anything that concerns those that participated in this war, them and their generation and the upon generation, they must pay dearly for what they did in the past. Karma is real. The karma we catch spend very soon. Karma we catch,
and I will tell you more. Wisdom.
This is what Britain bring to us. Britain is what you be crying.
Yesterday,
mass burial.
They gathered at Sector 4.
This is what Britain bring to us.
Was there.
This is what Britain bring to us.
Was there.
They come to kill in the first place. They left. And the imposition those that will be killing for them.
Somebody rushed to my
Britain
house.
come first with killing, and as they think that they cannot do it anymore, they bring Fulanis to continue the killing of innocent people. What they are killing for, Britain something I don't know. America to ask Britain question. America to ask Britain question.
I was surprised. I said yesterday, not knowing that I will see it today.
Okay. Everyday killing.
They invited us to the sector. When they told me I rushed, I joined them. They have gone far. They are almost in conclusion. But there is no how they can give me chance. They can block me not to talk, but they have to allow me to speak.
Please like and share the program. Please like, subscribe, share the program, please.
Social media.
The more you like, the more people know that we are alive. We are in our day here today.
That inducted the soldiers. And they say I was lying. I say if I'm lying, all of you join me. Let us go to Nyarwe. farm district. Go and prove me wrong with the people on the ground. They said the number that I mentioned on social media was lie. It's only one person. I said, come right now and prove me wrong. Let me go and show you their grave.
Oh, I heard this advert so much. Little thing advert we just pump in. That is what Britain bring to us: death, killing. That's what they bring. When we on our own, we not invited them. They invite themselves. We did not invite Britain. Britain invite themselves, and as they think they cannot do it anymore, they hand it over to Fulani. As they see that the Fulani cannot penetrate Biafra anymore, they hand it over. They recruited those Fulanis and put them, give them uniform. They come to our land and between our people.
When somebody doesn't want to accept his mistake, then you expect crisis will increase, will never end. When the military, Solo was there, thank you. I joined you, you were there. He spoke powerfully. I responded. When it comes to Fulani issues, the security of this nation, they turn their face away.
Who is the security? Fulani. How do you think that he's in charge to protect his brother and he wants him to buy his brother? He will not. That is why they're all reported Boko Haram. What they did is that some of them will say we surrender. For what? For them to be outside with the poor of Nigeria to protect those that inside bush. That is the meaning of reintegrating terrorists into Nigeria military. So for those who are with the authority of the government, we protect those that inside the bush. That is why they are killing indigenous people. How many times have you seen the corpse of Fulanis on the ground from Nigeria government? Pure lie. They will not do, because those that are inside bush and those that are outside, they are doing the same job. What they did, they manipulated the government. Bulgaria tell them, put them in for them to continue their job. So those that are on the power, we tell you do not do anything to them, and that is like that. That is mean of regretting putting them into Nigeria military for them to protect their brothers that inside bush. That is why nothing is happening. If they are coming, they will give information. They will disappear. They will hide. If they decide to attack, those that are in the military will give those inside bush information. They will lay ambush on them and waste them. That's what we're experiencing.
All residents from our
that is what we are experiencing. That is what Britain brought to us.
Killed Kwame and crew.
Biafra has been able to produce rockets, and this has been tested. Our coin has soil tested.
They see in the oldest days that Biafra will produce rockets. This is why Britain colonized with Africa and say no. That's why I told you that if we are the way we are before the convention, we are the best ever in the world.
I'm not a military man.
Look at them, very angry on their face.
Have now rockets.
We have rockets.
Producing their own arms, producing machine guns,
yes,
producing armored cars. And this, a record.
Look at the way he's looking. Look at the way the white man looking at him. Britain. For us to produce what? Rockets. He was very angry, very bitter. Oh, something me, UK, something me, British cannot produce is what people are producing. We will not. They bring war to us. They did what? They bring war to us. Do you know that this our brother who presented this thing, after they take him away and killed him? Entering villages, entering countries without passports.
We have been able to produce rockets.
We have been able to produce rockets.
I'm not a military man.
Look at his face.
Biafrans have now rockets.
Because I've seen his face of a military man when they are addressing him that Biafra has produced rockets.
The first black African country to.
The first African country to do that. If you see his face, that is why they want us to wipe away, because we can produce more than Russia. We can produce more than China. We can produce more than any country in the world. They knew who we are. That is why they refused us to come. But finally, we have arrived. We will take it by force as we're taking it.
The Honorable Member for Regina Capel. Good news for every enemy of Nigeria. I have a very good news for you now. Now, Major General Marcus Ganye, Defense Headquarters Director of Defense Media Operation. You don't say, make I tell you now that if you are any group, enemy of Nigeria, bandit, IPOB, or Boko Haram,
you see?
He said if you are a terrorist or bandit, that him, say we, as a Nigeria, is speaking on behalf of Nigeria, that him will fix your appointment to your maker. I don't feel, I don't understand me. That he's going to fix your appointment with your makers. So I don't understand, maybe he's going to like, yeah, he's going to fix your appointment with your maker. Who is the maker? That's God. So you understand? Share this video.
Where this thing you had here is happening is only in Biafra land. As of yesterday, they killed in North. It's only in Biafra. Him himself that is saying that in the man, he's a Fulani man also. That is why they position them in every authority in the government. They are in charge of police, they are in charge of army, they are in everything called security in Nigeria. These Fulanis are the one in charge. The only way they prove they're in charge is in Biafra land, to kill a Biafran. That is why this idiot open mouth and call IPOB. Thunder will fire all of you. The Fulanis never deal with some of you. We only have pity of those innocent Christians. I wish they are killing the Muslims by themselves. The bad ones among all of them.
So when they see here Victoria Island, don't think it was named Victoria.
The only savior of the world, Africa Nnamdi Kanu, the light of Africa, they allow him to be in prison. But we have come to stop all these things, and it must stop.
General overseers are not talking about the killings in Nigeria because their mouths are filled with meat, political meat, and you can't whistle when you have meat. It's the United States senators that are talking, condemning the killings in Nigeria. Your senators that you put in the front seat during Thanksgiving service. Some of you pastors will allow these rubbish politicians we are talking about to come to your pulpit to start vomiting rubbish from the pulpit of God. That's why the Holy Spirit is not moving. They're just entertaining people, just social. General overseers are not talking about the killings in.
They can't talk about it because
another mass burial in Nigeria. Another mass burial in Nigeria. Yesterday, being 14 of October 2025. In Paratu, Christian community, they went that place.
The world, I want you to Finland, see what is happening. What Simon is fighting to stop, and you arrested him. What Nnamdi Kanu is fighting to stop, you arrested him. That is why I'm bringing all these videos, so you will see.
Christian Association of Nigeria said that there's nothing like Christian genocide. What is happening?
On 14th, 2025, massacre. Mass burial again.
What America are saying is not true.
Today is 19. How many days?
What is happening? Are they not Christians? Are they not Christians? All of them are Christians. Christian community slaughtering people. As you are watching this video, please tag Americans.
Americans, when they are fighting for they tag you. That is where you are a fool. Instead of you to ask out, you are tag America. America is going. Again, America will turn it. You know that you fight for your own country and make your country. They will defend you now that you are your country.
They are covering all those evil. Look at how they slaughter our fellow Christians. These people that we are seeing now, they are our fellow Christians. Slaughtered by Boko Haram terrorists that are slaughtering Christians in Nigeria. Our leaders, they will not tell the truth. I want to use this opportunity to tell all the Americans.
Becoming American now.
To tell American and President Donald Trump.
Yes.
Our leaders will not tell the truth. They are covering this evil.
Genocide of Christians is going on in Nigeria. Killing of Christians is going on in Nigeria. Whatever our leader said is a lie. It's not truth. Whatever our leader said is not truth. Killing of Christians is going on. Look at yesterday, B14, mass burial every month. Mass burial every month. Slaughtering of Christians in Nigeria.
I hope you heard it clearly. That is, I want Alexander Stubb to see what is going on. You first to arrest Simon and put him in prison. Nigeria first kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, put him in this dungeon. And all this is one of 14th of November 2025. Is it Simon? Is it Simon is doing that? Is it Nnamdi Kanu? Those are doing it are Nigerian military are doing all the killing in Biafra land. And when Simon comes to defend his people, you take him away. The same way you take Simon away is the way they will take your country away from you very soon. So my people, we are going to draw the curtain here. I want to appreciate those that are here today. We'll be back again maybe in the night or evening time. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. May Elohim continue to bless and protect you. Once again, happy Sunday to you all. Airborne with the movement of hashtag protest free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu begins tomorrow. Protest, hashtag free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria government. And free the Biafran people. We have had it enough. There are pushes on the wall. It's on our neck. We cannot enjoy it anymore. So my people, have a wonderful day from here.